It's nearly Christmas. It's tea time. Let's begin. Hello, ho, 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 and welcome to today's stream. I see you've already got a few people in the chat there, so hello and welcome to the stream. Finally made it, end of the year, 2020, and today is my final stream for the year, so I thought I'd make it a special Christmas stream. And as you can see, I've decorated a little bit around here. Hope you like it. Hope it doesn't get in the way of what we're going to draw a little bit later on. I've got a little addition to one of my guests as well. If you recognise little Darren Tea, he used to pop over at the side to help me read the comments. Well, he's got himself a little hat today and is now a little Santa Tea. So he'll give me a hand. Let's just check the chat, see who's in today. Hello, Gagan. Hi there. Hi, Maria. Welcome to the stream. Caligero, welcome. Bonjour. Hi there, Tom. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you all here today. So, we've got a busy stream today, and today's stream is really a bit of a Christmas present for me. And it's something that I've wanted to work on for a long time, for a couple of years really. I've not had a chance to create an animation or a drawing or worked in any way with one of my favourite films, The Nightmare Before Christmas. So today I'd like to draw a moving drawing of it. And this is a static drawing that we're going to then add some animation with the plastic tool and the animate tool. And I don't know if I'll get to complete it today, but we'll certainly have a good go later on today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Caligero. So for those of you that are new to the stream, hello and welcome. I'm here each Sunday, although I'm taking a couple of weeks off over Christmas. And the idea of the streams is for me to be able to share news about OpenToonz and Tahoma, or to work on animations, as I plan to today, or to present a feature or useful technique in OpenToonz that I think you might find useful. But as always, do follow along if you can. Share your animations and drawings with the rest of us over on the Discord server. Okay, for those of you not aware, we're streaming live on Twitch and on YouTube, and the stream will be recorded, so if you can't stay for the whole stream, you can find it later on YouTube, and down in the description you'll see a link to each important section of the video so you can skip to the parts that you missed. So do subscribe to find the next stream and the next video that I release. You can also follow me on my socials. That's on Twitter and on Facebook, where I share useful tips, animations and behind the scenes. And also down in YouTube, we've got a link to our Discord server where you can come and join us to join the chat, share your animation, ask for help and for tips. And if you'd like to help out the channel, there's a number of ways you can do so. And just subscribing and watching the videos on YouTube is a great way to help out. Sharing them with your friends and your communities to get the word out about the channel also helps. Hitting like and commenting is a big help. It's the engagement that YouTube likes. Or if you can help financially, here on YouTube you can buy Super Chat today to get your comment noticed and to ask me anything you like. Or you can also buy me a coffee with a link down below to help me out. And last week I got to mention Cozy Friend, who bought 10 coffees. So thank you very much for that. You're our star for this week. And also there's my OpenToonz and Tahoma course on Udemy. And there'll be more about that at the end of the stream. But basically, if you follow the link that's down below in the description, then you'll get the best price for it and you'll help out the channel. But just being here on the stream helps out a lot as well, and it's good to have you with us. So as I say, today I want to draw a scene from one of my favourite films, The Nightmare Before Christmas. So we'll take a look at that in a little bit later on. But first, should we take a look a little bit of what happened last week? What happened last week? Well, first off, I want to mention the video that I released last Friday, which is a speed paint of me animating the head turn. And the previous week, I showed you the projects at each stage of the animation, but just showing you the project files, the timeline and the drawings. Last Friday's video, was a speed paint of the whole process from beginning through to the end. And I think you might quite enjoy it. You'll get a few tips from it, and you just see the process that I went through to animate it. So I'd also like to share from over on the Discord server some art and animation from a couple of the guys over there, starting with Amar, who I've covered in the past few weeks, and he's now completed his set of characters for his upcoming animation. And some of the little faces, this guy in particular, if I zoom in, his little terrified face, looks a bit scared, a bit nervous. I love him. Some of them haven't got faces. I don't know if they'll add faces later on, but the designs are kind of really unique and so different from each other, including 1 or 2 sexy ladies for the boys out there, and 1 or 2 sexy boys for the ladies out there. So that's the complete set of characters, and as he said on the channel, he's then going to add some texture to them, and then I believe you should be starting animating with them. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Next, we've got this corpse image from Broccoli. Again, I shared this because it's just a great use of colour, great design, and I just want to get some of these images out there for everybody to see. Then Caligero, who's with us today, he's been sharing the process of working through the 11-second club animation, and I just wanted to bring this image up just to remind me to mention it. So if you're interested in how to put an animation together, and the things to consider, he's been sharing videos at each stage of the process to show how he's progressing through the animation, and that's coming really, really well, and I'm looking forward to seeing the final version of that. Carno Cartoon, again with another fantastic animation of his swashbuckling feline. And Greg the Stickman animator, he's prepared these images to test out some colour samples and colour ranges, which is a really useful trick to do. And Lee Axolotl, again another super neat, super sharp drawing there. And I wanted to share this image because there was a conversation over on the Discord about moving the camera and about how you can make it move around the image as though it's not a flat 2D image. So Rodney put this together to demonstrate how you could do so, along with some other images. And the idea is the camera will be at the top right, showing the car or truck moving into the scene. That'll follow it round as it comes to the front of the screen, and then over to the far distance. And as you draw the car animated moving through, you don't just keep a side view, you actually rotate it round, which gives it a 3D look. And finally, this short animation from Centenari, whose friend Christina put this together for part of a Christmas card. And again, it's just a super neat, super clear Christmas card made quite simply with some of the animation tools in OpenToonz. And I showed a few of these last week. So I wanted to share this one again this week that came in later to show you how it's coming along. And this also leads me on to talking about Maria, who's been creating more cards and more animations. And again, like Kalo, has been sharing the process as it goes through each stage over on the Discord. So do keep an eye on that. And I didn't bother putting the video on here today because I know you're in the early stages. So I didn't want to show the earlier stage. But when you get closer to a completed version, I'd be happy to share that on a Sunday. So that just about covers everything that's happened this week. What happened last week? Welcome back. So just see what's happening in the chat there. So what are you all up to today? It's nearly Christmas. Are you all wrapping presents? or doing some animation, or just sitting there with your feet up, drinking a little bit of eggnog. I've got myself my usual cup of tea today, and you might recognise a little character on the front of the mug there. Ah, lovely. The speed paints, Gagan, thank you. Thank you very much. Unless you mean Amar, and then in that case, absolutely. Amar's got his own channel where he shares his process, usually on live streams, but also with videos. So they're worth taking a look at. Excellent, Maria. Yeah, is that the card I was talking about earlier that you've been sharing over on the channel? Yeah, it's really looking nice. I do like the way the cat, I think, is getting much smoother in each iteration. When he runs across the screen and then jumps onto the sofa, I think he's looking great. Great idea, Tom. Yeah, it's a good way to get into a small, simple, complete animation. So rather than thinking of doing a 30-minute animation or a series of animations, doing a short, simple card, in a little bit like the 11-second club, it's a tight time limit, but it's a good way to get into some practice for animation. So I've got a bit of decoration going off in the room today. I've got my Christmas lights up, got myself a little Santa hat up. There's a little bit of snow I see on the corners of my screen, because I think it's been snowing earlier. But I think we need a little bit more seasonal cheer. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I can hear something. Oh. Yep, a little bit of snow, bit of a flurry going off. Just to keep us in the Christmassy, wintry spirit. Hopefully it won't snow too long or too deeply. So today's scene that I want to draw, I've not practiced at all for this. I've not got any sketches or anything in the background at all. I did take some references, and I mentioned this before, that I've used a program called PureRef, and that's a good way we can just collate lots of references and create a collage of images or textures and colours ready for doing a drawing or animation. So if I just bring this over to my screen here, it's just got a few screenshots from the nightmare, from the scene I want to work on today, and I'll be zooming in and out on my second screen as I need the detail. And what I'd like to do is work on the scene where Jack is in the sky and he's delivered some presents and is going around to the next delivery, and I want to just have him in the sky moving with some clouds coming past, maybe with the reindeer running a little bit if I get time, and Jack possibly shaking the reins. And finally, I think adding a little bit of camera movement to zoom in and out, just to add some interest to what the scene is. And as I say, it's a moving image. A moving image animation. I'm not quite sure. If you've got any better names for it, please do let me know, because it's not going to be a static drawing, and it's not really going to be an animation directly. I plan to draw everything once, possibly use some skeleton tools for the reindeer, quite literally, and then some camera movements, an animate tool to keep things moving on the screen. So if you've got any thoughts for that, do let me know. Look who's here. Hello there, Richard. Nice of you to join us. Yes, very nice hat. Do you recognise it? I've got the heating on, Caligero, so I think I'm okay. I am wearing a t-shirt today, but I'm just about keeping warm enough. A snow shoveling party. That sounds interesting. So how deep was it? Because we've not had snow at all yet this year. It's coming later and later, so maybe next year we'll get some early in the year in January. I didn't realise you was in Brooklyn though, Maria. If I just move the program. The one thing about PureRef that I find a little bit peculiar, the idea is it's there to share references, so you want as much space on the screen for your images as possible. But that also means they've removed the top menu bar. So to maximise the screen and to grab the bar and move it is a bit tricky. You have to use the right click button. So it's a bit of a strange program to use, but one to get used to, and it's certainly very helpful. Cinematograph. Okay, I like that. I like that name. Nice, yeah. That's what I want to create. I don't know if I'll have enough time to complete it today. I'm gonna have to see how we get on and how long my cup of tea lasts, to whether I can keep going. But we'll see how we get on today. Anyway, Richard, how come you're here today? I thought you would be watching the football. Isn't that on? Yeah, cinematograph. I've not heard that phrase before. He certainly is. I've struggled to figure out what to call it in the past, and I've just called them animations or drawings. So, cinematograph, lovely. Yes, I know that Tom's been very helpful for you, Maria, giving you ideas and suggestions for your cards of how to progress the animation. But that's exactly what we're after in the Discord. We want people to feel comfortable to share what they're working on, and for other people to be able to comment in an open and friendly way to give ideas for everybody else to get better, to grow, and to make better content. So it's great to have you here, Tom. It really is. Okay, should we get started with this? So the first thing I'd like to do, I think, is to draw a quick, what I'd call a thumbnail. And it's not really a thumbnail picture, which is normally a small sketch somewhere, but just a rough sketch of the rough layout of what I want to get with this image. So if I throw up a standard raster level first, and I've created myself a new project and scene earlier ready for this. And if I then go to the raster tab, cinematograph, lovely. And the raster tab always takes a long time to show up, and often the program will freeze for me for a short while. And the best thing to do is just to leave it and let it finish, finish what it's doing, and then go back in and click and start doing work. If you click too much as it's trying to process things, it does crash. And that's often, I think, the reason for a lot of people's crashes is they get too impatient waiting for OpenToonz to come back and let them do some work. So I'll add a new palette entry, because I never like to edit palette entry 1, because there's some issue with either renaming or deleting the first palette entry. The very first one, the transparent, you can't remove, so that has to stay. But the black one, I like to leave that alone. So I'll create a new one and choose a pencil. Oh, it is getting a bit snowy. I hope we're okay there. Right, so with the brush, I've got my references over on the screen to my left. I think I'd like him going to the left. So again, let's just do a quick rough sketch. So he's actually travelling in a coffin. I think, Maria, I've had problems in the past with doing something with the first colour. I can't remember if you can delete it or not, but there was some issue with the first two colours. I know you can't delete the first one, but this black one. So it's quite nice to have that as a separate colour anyway, and just create your own colours elsewhere. Oops. And that's one thing I keep forgetting to do, is to switch back to my pencil. Okay, so we've got the coffin there with the lid of it open. I did think about having some music playing, but obviously I can't have copyrighted music, the songs that you'd recognise for Christmas. Otherwise I'd definitely be getting a copyright strike, and we don't want that. And at the back here, he's got a kind of a big cylinder. Hi there, Ashwaja. Welcome. And again, if I bring my references onto the screen here, there's two drawings I'm looking at. There's the left one here, show the rough layout, but of course a lot of the images are in the dark, so it's not difficult to get a clear look at the whole image. So that's why I took a few reference shots here. So you can see the coffin, and there's a slit there of where it's cut for the back to arch up, and there's this big tub thing at the back where he puts his presents. I'm not sure what this was supposed to be, but whatever, so be it. Let me put that back over there. So that kind of thing, and then we've got 3 reindeer at the front. They're all quite close here, so yeah, they're really close to each other. Oops, let's put that to freehand. Boom, boom, boom. And there's something I was talking with Maria earlier in the week, and that's you were drawing a deer, I believe it was, and we're talking about the back legs, how they face in the opposite direction, that where you think the kneecap bends that way at the front, at the back it bends the opposite way, and that's because it's not really a kneecap. And this wasn't something I realised until perhaps only a few years ago, and I was watching a nature program, and they described how the back legs are actually the same orientation as the front, but in different dimensions. So where the front has an upper leg here, and then a lower leg, and then the foot, the rear leg is the toes and the foot is there. That's the lower leg, and then there's an upper leg. So it's just a different dimension size for the back, but it looks like the knee is facing backwards. So it's just something to be aware of. And when I watched the video of Nightmare a little bit earlier on today, the reindeers run in a very simplistic way. I didn't realise at first until I actually took notice today, which I suppose sort of lets you know that you haven't got to pay a lot of attention to some of the animation if people are focusing on other areas. So here you're focusing on Jack and the movement of the whole sleigh in shape. You're not looking at the movement of the reindeer. But next time you watch the film, if you take a look at how they run, their legs just sort of swing backwards and forwards. But hopefully, as I say, I'd like to take time today to try and have them running and try and get a little bit of basic movement on them. But we'll see how we get on. There we go. And then let's select it all and shrink it down a little bit, because we also need to get 0 at the front of the sleigh here. Hi there, Hans. Welcome to the stream. Absolutely, Maria. Reference video, again, as we've talked about a lot on the channel and on the Discord. That's really the best way to go to understand this. And I'd like to have had a little bit more time to study some reference of the movement for this particular scene. Again, especially the reindeer, because they move in a surprising way, so I think I can figure that out. But I'd like to have taken more time to examine that if I could have. Let me see what we've got for. There we go. Right, of course he is. So he's Zero's at the front with his bright nose, his head here, and no doubt I've made him far too big, but we'll just adjust that down. And then he's just a ghost from here. Something like that, with his ears flapping back here. Yep, that's right, Tom. Drag and drop references into Tahoma and OpenToonz is really, really useful. And I've done that quite a few times. And it's something I did for the animation challenges here on the Discord, that take a look at how the movement worked for the bouncing balls and other challenges, to see them actually moving by frame, and to be able to pause them, rewind them. It's excellent using Tahoma, but you don't want to do it with video that's too long. The shorter the better, just because it takes a lot of memory to pull the images in and to get the video set up. But if you do drag in a larger video, then be patient, give it time to import them all before you start clicking around. Okay, so the last thing to put in is the first thing I should have possibly put in is Jack. So to get his scale, let me look at that. Okay. So I think I'm a little bit off with some of this, but we'll adjust that. That's the whole point of doing this. So he's as tall as the back of the sleigh pieces there. Right, and then he's got his reins go only to the first reindeer. Okay, so let's get on and do the next sketching, which I'll do on a Toonz raster level. And one of the reasons I like the Toonz raster level is because we've got the smooth option, which makes it a lot better for drawing longer curved lines or even longer straight lines. So it takes out some of that movement from your hand. So I want to not only have this whole thing in view at once, I'd like to zoom in, if I could, and have a closer view of the sleigh and Jack. So what I'd like to do is create a I should have created a level that's larger than we can see on screen here, and that allows us to show it larger without it getting pixelated. But I'll leave this one for now as a sketch level, and we'll have a quick sketch in of the rough drawing, and then we'll bring in the larger size and draw it in neat. So first let's take the very first sketch level, bring down the opacity a little bit, and add a bit of colour so that we recognise it's a different drawing level. And then we can zoom in, and again shall I use a pencil? I do like the pencil, so let's add that in here. Okay, looking close up now at this, the scaling's not too bad for the front part, I think. That's not too bad at all. So I think I'll stick with that. And let's add the coffin first. It's got a bit of a line here where it changes shape. So I'll add a little bit of that in here. And then we've got the lid, of course, which is down on the front part. Enyo-san, hi there, welcome. How's it going? Very well. Today's my final stream of the year, so I thought I'd make it a little bit special. So as you see, I've hung some Christmas lights up, got myself a little hat accessory, and we're being all Christmassy. So I'm doing a bit of a sketch, bit of fun drawing, just for me, just for a bit of fun. How are you doing today? Are you doing any animation or drawing today? Bum, 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 doo, 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 doo. Let me take a look at that from the other angle. Right, that's better. For some reason I've gone totally crazy and made this angle over to the side. So let's fix that up. Yeah, massively off there. So let's get the eraser and start that again. Oh, that's interesting. Is that something you can talk about today, Enyo, about the Orphan Last Personal project? Is that related to his video from yesterday for the Galaxy Edge animation? Aha, yes. Yeah, I did see that. I was looking forward to seeing what the results people made from that. And still working on the walk cycle animation. Is that the drunk one or something new? Yeah, it comes down here. Oh, more snow. Hope it doesn't drown me again. Okay. I love the way you always go all out, and you always do that little bit extra. That it could just be a walking cycle, but you want to add some wind clothing effects. I like that. It is. It certainly is. Well, it is Christmassy, so why not? Yes, it's bound to take some extra time, of course, but doing those extra things, as you say, is also just quite fun. So it's worth doing for that. Let's see what we've got here. So it's hard to get a good view of the actual sleigh itself because it's always in the sky in a dark background. So I've exaggerated this here. So we'll make this a little bit more consistent. But it doesn't have to be exactly the same, of course. Just to give the same sort of feel for what we're after. And there's kind of some loose cloth or something hanging off here. I'm not sure what this was made of. And at the bottom here we've got some more cloths. So we'll add that in there later on. So he's got his hat on, of course. His crazy, terrible beard. I think, Maria, that's kind of part of what we try to achieve on these streams, is to share my thinking behind what I'm doing. And it's not necessarily saying this is the right way to do it, just this is the way I'm doing it. So it'll give, perhaps give some ideas. And then obviously, because it's on a live stream, feel free to comment back any thoughts you have. I'm always happy to hear any suggestions of what I'm doing wrong, any improvements I can make, or what you do differently. Okay, and then these again, they'll be very bad anatomy, I expect, for the reindeer, but I'll just copy roughly what I can see on screen here. So we've got their hips. For some reason they've got a bony tail. Don't know if that's actually true. Again, I don't know the full anatomy of these. A bit of a spine. And if I had more time, I would actually use the plastic tool, I think, to make the body move and bend in a little bit of a way to how little Santa Tea here bends when he looks up, because this is a single, again, a static image. It's a cinematograph, I believe we settled on the term for it, where Greg the Stickman animator just drew him as a plain static single drawing, and I broke off his head into a separate column to his body, plastic tooled over his body so he could bend, and then rotated the head at the right time to try and make him move, and then added the hat on top. So that's the same sort of thing that I would like to do with these if I had more time, and I might do that at a separate time possibly to add into this drawing. Okay, so these just seem to hang off like a thick spine here. Yeah, and then the front, we've just got the legs coming down and then going in that direction as we saw earlier with the hooves, a nice neck bone, and then this crazy head. So how does that look? We'll have to spend more time on this later, but let's get the rough shape in to what I can see here. And antlers coming off the forehead there. I'm having to flip this in my view from the image I've got on screen to what I'm actually doing, which is kind of peculiar to do. So I'll tell you what I can do. At the bottom here below the viewer, we've got two flip buttons to flip the viewer horizontally or vertically. So if I flip it that way, I can then draw it the same way as I can see in my reference, and that should make it a lot easier. That's too big. Yeah, it saves any of that mental gymnastics trying to flip what you can see. Great, that'll do. So I'll take that, I'll copy and paste it, put deer number 2 there, and I would actually use the same copy of the deer in this. So what I'd probably do is I'll sketch this and collapse it down to a sub X sheet for the first ear, and then I can break it up, add the plastic tool or whatever, build up the animation, and then just replace it on two other columns and add an animate tool position element to move it across the screen. So let's bring that back. Here we go. And finally, Zero, who looks a little bit peculiar here. I think his head's just too big. So let's try and bring it back a little bit. It's kind of carrying it's like he's dressed in a sheet, like a cartoon ghost almost. And then his ears are very pointy. Like that. Okay, so that's my first real thumbnail sketch, so I can get rid of the first column. In fact, I'll just delete it because I'm not going to use it again anyway. Cheers. So Hans is saying there's a new bug into Homer 2D, clusters of pixels. Oh, you're right, sorry. I thought you was saying you spotted one elsewhere. You mean here? Of course there is. Yes, there's one or two coming down. Quite cold as well, but hopefully they'll go away soon and won't disturb me too much. So let's create a new Toonz raster level. In fact, let's zoom out a second. And as I said, I'd like this larger than the current drawing I've got here, larger than the camera view. And I spoke about this in a video a few weeks ago, describing how a standard level is first created and defaults to the same size as a standard HD camera. And that's fine if you want everything contained within the one area. But if you want to zoom in and out or move it around too much, then you want to create a larger level. So when you create a new level, you can simply type in a new height and width for that level. So the thing to do is to decide what's the largest size I want to zoom this into. And for me, if I just sketch this over the top, I think to show that, just the sleigh and then Jack, is probably the most I'm going to zoom in. So if that's the size of the whole camera, if I undo that a second, and then in a separate drawing number 2, I can draw in here and then erase it quite easily. So that's the camera size roughly. If I select that, copy paste, that'll be about 2 cameras, so it is within 3 camera sizes, so I'll make it about 3 times the width. So create a new Toonz raster level. The width is currently will currently be 1920, so 2000. So 6000 pixels will cover it. It was actually a bit less, like 2.5, so you could go for 5. I'll stick with 6, just to get a larger image. It doesn't matter how big it is, as long as it's big enough. So you could always shrink it down later if you wanted to. So I'll hit OK. If I zoom out, you'll see that's the size of this particular level. And if that's now on drawing number 2, I'll insert a new column and move that into its own column. There we go. So that's really the sketch. And then we've got a neater one we'll take a look at in a second. So if we zoom in and change the size of the sketch level and place it here, so that's kind of the largest view we want. Let's place it in the middle, go to my new level and see how that fits. Yep, so I've got some extra space either side I can remove. So let's do that now, rather than leaving too much in there. So if we right click on the Toonz raster level and choose canvas size, we can now set the new size. So it's 6,000 wide. Let's go back to that 5,000 that we talked about earlier and hit resize, see where that fits. So it tells me it's going to crop the canvas, as we know, to make it smaller. So we say yes, and that actually fits really nicely. We could potentially space out the reindeer a little bit more though, because they are quite close. Let me look back at the reference again, see where that is. It's not too bad. You know what? I'm going to leave it as a larger canvas, so I can just hit Ctrl-Z and give us that bit of extra space that allows us to adjust the closeness of these. In fact, I can't do that on there because obviously it's got a smaller size canvas. So let's put that back here. Go to our new level. Ready for drawing in. Okay, let's just take a quick look at the chat again, shall we? Yes, the guide's really helpful. If you can create any kind of guide, whether it be using the ruler that's in OpenToonz to Homer, or drawing your own guides on the new level, really helpful. Gagan's asking, how can we make the white stretch along with the level? You mean this white background here, the white rectangle? Well, that white rectangle is actually the size of the current camera. So if you look at the top here, it says camera 1, and then there's a faint dotted red line around the edge showing where the camera is. And you can change the colour of the camera from the scene menu, scene settings option. And if I select the colour block here, I can choose a new colour from the colour selector on screen. So I can make the background a blue, green, or whatever is sensible for what I'm trying to draw. But white's fine for what I'm doing today. But that will only fill in where the camera is. So if you want this camera area to be larger, you have to actually change the size of the camera. And we can do that if you want to make that white be more of a background for the larger drawing. Or if you go to the Preferences dialog and go to Colours, you can change the dark area around the outside of the white, which might be more useful. So one of these, and I always forget which one it is for this background. And the best thing to do is to start just changing them. So take a note of where the colour is first. So that's 128. And just drag a slider, and that doesn't change. So put that back to 128. Yep. Chessboard, it's not the chessboard, that's the clear background colour you can see in places. So paint colour, in fact, interface. That's right. It's in here somewhere. If anybody out there remembers where this is, do let me know. I'm sure it was an interface. What was it? Colours. Use the current themes colour. So if I untick that, that's right. So I think is it one of these I've already changed? Viewer background colour. There we go. So it's the top item, viewer background colour. So with the top box ticked, it uses the colours from the current theme, which is set up to be, I'm using the dark theme or the medium. Yeah, the medium theme. And you can change this to a darker or lighter colour if you want to. But if you untick that, then you can set the individual colours, and it's now pulling it from here. So you can change the colour of the background for the viewer that's outside the camera here. So you can leave that on white, close that, and then it might be easier to see exactly where we're drawing. One thing I will do for now, because I'm not using the camera, this red line kind of gets in the way a bit. And in the centre, you have this red cross to mark the centre of the camera. So if you go to the view menu and turn off camera box, and that'll remove that as well. So now I can only see what's in our level, the outline of our level, which I think is useful. If you don't want that, you can untick raster bounding box, and that removes that outline. But it's quite nice, especially where you've got an odd size drawing here, to see exactly where you can draw up to the edge of. Okay, so now we need to do some proper drawing. So I'll lock the sketch level column so I don't accidentally draw on that. If I do then select that drawing and try and use the pen and draw, it tells me it's locked, I can't draw in it. So you know you're definitely drawing in the right column. So I think what I'd like to do is to draw neatly first, and then we'll draw the neat ink line over the top. Hi there, Loris. Welcome. Not seen you on the stream for a while. Merry Christmas to you too. Good question. We've talked about Tahoma a few times on these streams and on the channel. Wondering why make the split instead of focusing resources on just one. It's a little bit technical, detailed and political. And I don't want to speak too much for other people in this matter, but I know that a couple of the other developers were developing features for OpenToonz and struggled to have them to be accepted and imported into the full program. And also they had some ideas for changes to make to the interface to make it simpler to use for the man or woman in the street that just picks up the program as a casual hobbyist to start drawing and animating. But Shun Iwasawa, who holds the keys for the code to bring features into OpenToonz, is working for Studio Ghibli, and he has to consider what's important for the studios. So a lot of the times there's this friction between what's useful for the studios, what makes the program work better for the studios, the workflow and just the layout, and what's good for new users. And I think really because he's employed by the studios, what he does really is made in the majority for what the studios need. And the fact it's available to the rest of us as open source and we can get hold of it is more of a convenient side effect for us. And if anything, not speaking for him again, an inconvenience for him to have to consider. It is a bit disappointing, and Caligero says it's sad. So I know that a couple of the developers wanted to create some features because one of them is a teacher. So he wanted his students to be able to just pick up the program and use it a lot easier. And simple things like the plus button to add a new colour, rather than having to right click and say new style, or use the menu items to create new styles. And other small features, making the selection of colours show only the alpha when you first start. So when you first start, this is all you see, the alpha slider and the colour wheel, so it's a simpler view. So you can more easily just pick a colour and say, oh, red and not so much alpha. Nice and simple. Personally, I like HSV, so I always turn them on. So I can make it a bit darker or a bit lighter with more saturation or what have you. I find that easier. But for the studios, they like the RGB sliders. And I really don't like them because I know some people do, but for me, I never want to say, oh, a bit more green, a bit more blue, a bit less red. It's a peculiar way to consider the colours. So I always keep these turned off in OpenToonz anyway, but it keeps a simpler view. So unfortunately, he took the decision to create Tahoma 2D, his own version of what's useful for him and for other kind of new users to the program. And that's kind of where we've ended up in this kind of crazy split. And for me, I find Tahoma so much easier to use. So all of my recent videos for the past 2 months have been built with Tahoma. All of the projects are in Tahoma, not OpenToonz. but it does have still have the same features as OpenToonz. So that's handy that you can still do the same things, but it's presented quite differently. So that's kind of where we stand at the minute. It is a shame, and it's a shame that there wasn't a different setup in the beginning. So when the code first went open source, if there's like a core set of code, and then for the studios they had a studio OpenToonz, and then a release OpenToonz for the general public. And if that could have been managed in some way by some volunteers to create an OpenToonz community of people that would work on the code, build it up, promote it, get the website looking polished and clear for new users with tips and help, set up easy to use FFmpeg, all that kind of thing, that would have been nicer. But to quote the old classic, we are where we are. This is what we've got, and this is the way it's working. I know that Shun is pulling over some of the bug fixes and features from Tahoma into OpenToonz at the minute, ready for the next release. So hopefully OpenToonz will start to change a little bit and gain some of those features from Tahoma if possible. I would like, ideally, for the layouts to change, the default rooms to change for OpenToonz. I don't think they're useful at all to new users, but we'll see on that. That's right, Tom. The only problem is that the current version of OpenToonz really is for the studios rather than for the general public. So for the hobbyists, picking up OpenToonz isn't going to give a good experience, whether it be from the rooms being not very clear. I believe like one of the rooms, is it the basics rooms, or one of the others has the project palette, and if you change that, that doesn't change the colours in the current project. It's really misleading, really confusing, and people fall into that trap all the time, saying, I've adjusted this colour. If I bring open the studio palette, so they'll say, I've adjusted this colour in one of these other palettes somewhere, but my colour doesn't change on screen. And that's because it's not your current palette, it's a different palette. So that dialogue, I don't think, needs to be shown for new users. For studios, they can easily reopen any panels they like, but for new users, seeing that again is just a confusion. They've got to manually set up FFmpeg, which isn't the most straightforward thing to do, which is why in Tahoma it's already included. So all those small things, I think, would make OpenToonz more accessible. There are, Maria, there are some great tutorials, and I've made 1 or 2 tutorials myself, which I think will be useful. And I plan in early next year, possibly on the release of OpenToonz 1.5, which between you and me might be February, but we'll see. I plan to release another getting started video. I'd like to try and condense a getting started video as much as I can, so kind of a getting started with OpenToonz in 5 minutes if I can, to show the basic features that you need and some of the pitfalls to avoid. But I'll work on that in early next year. We'll see how that goes. But the thought of having to watch a tutorial before you can use a program, I don't think is great. I think some programs you can just pick up, start using. So Critter, for instance, or even Photoshop, you can start it up, hit the new button, or you might get a new document at the start. You can choose a pen, choose a colour, start drawing. It's that easy. With OpenToonz, you can't. You have to create a level first. Is it the right kind of level? When you create that level, some of the tools don't work, so you can't even use them. And you'll click, say, the plastic tool, some of the vector tools, so the control point editor. And if you've got a Toonz raster level, it won't work. And you might get a pop-up saying, doesn't work on this level. That's not overly friendly for when you first started the program. So I think a few things like that, it would be really nice just to fix, so people can download it, start working straight away, and find start to find the way around the program a little bit easier at the start. But in the meantime, yeah, plenty of tutorials out there, and I hope to create another more simple one to get people started for the next version. So we'll see how that goes. Yep, you're right. It's good to have a project, but you don't really need one. So you mentioned Microsoft Office. Again, you can just throw up Word and just bash away at the keyboard. You get text. You can figure out how to make text into a heading or into body text without having to watch a tutorial. I'd hope that some of my early tutorials of getting started could be enough. Noble's done a couple of getting started, and a few other people. So there are resources out there. So perhaps it might be useful if on the website for OpenToonz there was links to some of these videos getting started. And this is kind of the issue of where at the minute Shun has got the program and he's the one that's getting the next release ready, but he hasn't got time, I think, to work on the website to make it more accessible, to put on these videos or a tips page or whatever we need. And that's kind of where somehow OpenToonz, the project, and the community need to get together to make it easier for new people to get involved. Actually, I'm getting a bit chilly. Right. Absolutely. 11-second club. As I was saying earlier, any of those shorter challenges that allow you to get involved in a project. And that's why it's been great to see your progress this month, where we've seen you start from a couple of key drawings. You've created the animation for those with some in-betweens that now you're starting to put in more detail. It's great to see the process of that, to let us know how you're getting on and how you can start from something very simple, something we can all do. You drew, for instance, your characters, just a simple egg with a cross for where the centre of the face is, so you know where they're pointing, moving that then into the characters later. So that's really, really good to see. And again, please do keep sharing it on the channel. It's really great to have out there, I think, for everybody to see. So let's just make this pen larger. Okay. Change that to the freehand. What's the 11-second club challenge? Well, that's a great question, Ali. If you Google 11-second club, you'll come across a website, and every month they share an audio clip from a film or a cartoon, and the challenge is to take the audio clip and build an animation for it, just for that 11 seconds. Don't try and extend it to build it into a longer cartoon, so you're limited in what you need to do, so you're restricted in what you have to do. So it's a really great way to get into a project that isn't too large. 11 seconds is no time at all to watch a clip, but for when you're beginning animating in particular, 11 seconds is a long time and a lot of drawings to put together. So the idea is that each month you attempt the challenge, you build some kind of animation in 2D or 3D, submit it to the website, you create an account with them and submit it, and then viewers vote on their favourite animation, and the winner wins a prize, usually of a mentoring session or a review of your animation by a professional animator. So you get some feedback on how well you're doing. And other people, just the viewers, can give you comments on your animation each month as well, so you can see what other people think of it. And it's just a great way to get into creating a small animation. So it's a manageable chunk. That's right, Maria. Exactly how long a second actually is. And even if you're working on 2s, 3s or 4s, creating a dozen drawings for that short period, for a second or building up to the 11 seconds, it can take a lot of time, especially when you challenge yourself to do better than last month, that you want to do better, you want to learn, taking on the feedback you've given. You've seen other people's, exactly as Caligiero did when he entered last month, and he received a couple of comments, took a look at some other animations, and in last week's stream we took a look at one of those to see what he'd done to make the animation look so nice. And now this month Caligiero is putting some time in to animate this month's with those thoughts in mind. Yeah, it's a great challenge, Ali. So if you can do it, do have a go. And if you're a member of my Discord, then come along and follow Caligiero to see what he's doing, and possibly share your progress if you like as well. Where you can feel free to ask for advice or tips, or just share what you're proud of. Okay, so I've put this off for long enough. So let me get into the detail, because drawing a rough sketch, looking rough, is really easy to do. But to make this look nice now, I need to concentrate a little bit and put a bit more effort in. So let me just have a quick check at this. But do pop in, ask any more questions in the chat as I do so. So let's see how this looks. And this just curves up at the back. Let me increase the smoothness just to make it easier to do this. In fact, let me add a straight line in there. If I rotate the whole thing, might be better, although that's okay. So let me just rotate this, bring the center down to there, and now it should rotate around that point. And I can bring that down. So then when I sketch over the top, it'll be neater on the line. Let's make it a bit larger. Can't quite see it. I think, you know, this back part, that sort of comes up here. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. So I'm holding the control key now, and into Homer this allows you to draw straight lines. And again, trying to find the reference to see exactly how this circle, the thing at the back fastens. Ah, okay. So in fact this comes round in a curl. Oops, selection tool, delete. Something like that, with this not quite being as, there we go. And although the lines are like a solid black, like an ink colour, they're still sketch lines for me. So I'm happy to leave them hanging loose and looking a bit rough. In fact, what I'll do for this one is I'll use the geometry tool, ellipse mode. I'll chuck an ellipse on there. That'll do. And then I'll copy the bottom part of that Oops. Selection tool. Copy view just to get the same sort of shape just below. And then hit save. Save early, save often. Just pop a line over that. There we go. Right, and then it's got this funny handle on top. And then around the centre, it's got kind of a strip. Bum, 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 bum. Not sure what that's about, but it's got that pattern, and then this at the bottom. So I'm using the shift key to give me some straight lines, and the control key to do exactly vertical lines. So I want the coffin shape to go smaller at the far right and at the far left hand side. And again, control key to do horizontal lines here for these. What I'm guessing should be handles. Right to the middle. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so then we want to attach this to the base somehow. Again, I'll hold the shift key just to give us a straight line. And then I will choose a second colour and we'll make it, again, I mentioned using the HSV sliders, using the value slider to give me kind of a grey colour, just to be different from the black colour. On the reference image, these kind of, I'm guessing cobwebs really hanging down. And I've got them going forward, so sort of that direction. But really, it's the opposite direction you want because the wind will be blowing them backwards. Can't quite make out what they are. So let's just draw some in to kind of match what I can see. And then back here again, we've got some gaps in it. And this is kind of filled in. Let me bring down the smoothness, that'll make it easier. And I won't colour it in, I'll just put some lines just to add some texture a little bit to this. It seems to always come out here, and then again touch there, make this smaller. Change the eraser type to normal so I can just cut into that. In fact, if I tick the selected box, really useful, something we talked about on the Discord a few days ago, that the selected box on the erase tool means it'll only erase the colour you've got selected, so the colour you're just drawing in. So if you draw body parts or different parts of your drawing in different colours, as you add them, when you choose to erase, you only erase that colour that you've just drawn. So it's really useful. So now I'm not erasing the black. Really useful just to be able to erase as you draw. Okay, give it some shape like that. And a little bit at the end here. get to a point. Okay. Then at the back, I'll go back to the first one again. Oh, more snow. So we've got the back here that comes up. And again, I'll hold shift just to make it easier to do a straight line. We'll have that up there. And that seems to come round to the other side like that. And that's got some patterns in there that we'll get to later. Okay. Then should we pop a little bit of Jack in? So again, let's choose another colour for this. Just so we can erase that colour separately. So let's do Jack's hat first. So he's got his Santa hat on. Literally Santa hat. I stole him from Santa. And this is quite a long, maybe thinner at the top. It's quite a long hat there. Let's make this thinner so I can add the detail that I want. Okay, so his face is quite circular really, it's just a sphere mainly. And then we've got this crazy beard. And when we add colour later, this will make it look a lot neater than just drawing the dark lines over. Let's bring down the sketch, we'll make it a yellow colour and bring down the opacity. It'll make it easier to see as we draw over the top. Okay, so I've got a very blurred image here. So let me see if I've got a neater one. Ah, that's a better one. That's a much better one. So he has got a little nose there. Comes out a bit. He's got his little nostril. I'll tell you what, let's change his mouth to the one I can see here. Okay, so there's a rough circle shape, although it's coming down a bit deeper than that. And then we've got the crazy beard. Coming down here and then blowing in the wind up there. If we bring that down thinner, just add a few, just so I can see where that is. A little bit bigger on the eye. Okay, and then it's hard to see the rest of him because he's covered in the red background, and there we go. And with his beard in the way, you can't quite see the shape of him. So let's just rough that in of where we think it is. So I think we should make that red down here. And the same here. Okay, and then we've got his arms coming down. He's holding on to the reins. Just check on the scale of that. Yeah, that's not quite right. Bum 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 bum. So we'll come down to around here, I think. And his arms need to be quite long. That's really easy to get him too thin because he is spindly. Okay. So let's just think about hands. Hands always the trickiest thing to do, even skeleton hands. So let's think how he's going to be holding it like that, with his thumb over the top. So it's going to be something like that. And then the reins are coming out of the top of here. Okay, there is this gap. I'm looking here on the screen on a reference. If I bring this over here, so there's this gap at the front of the sleigh before it gets to the very front, the curve. So the front of the coffin really, before it gets to the sleigh base. And you can see these like cobweb shapes at the bottom here, and they are handles. You can see better on this view, the 3 handles. As we're looking up underneath, and you can see the curl of this sleigh base where it connects to the barrel. So the barrel connects to it higher up, so I'll change that as well. So let me put that over here. So let's change this base with that colour to be joined just below that curve. Actually, it's just above that curve, so there, like that. And then with the eraser, let's take away that line. Bum 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 bum. And that line there, because that's part of the barrel as I added it. Right, now we can see better. Okay. Okay, so let's have a go at these reindeer. Try and find myself a good image of them. Okay. Right, I can see a good picture here, so let me just stick with the black, why not? But thank you all for joining me today. As I say, it's my last stream of the year. I'll be taking the next 2 weeks off. Cheers. So I'm really pleased you managed to join me today. If you've got any requests for future streams of what you'd like to see, then do let me know. Drop me a message over on the Discord or comment on this video. Likewise, I'd like to do a few more things from this film. a few more cinemagraphs or animations or drawings. So if you've got your favourite scene, do let me know what it is, and maybe I can get to that one day. So I can see in the reference over there, there's lots of detail on the reindeer, and if I put too much detail in, it could just end up getting messy and clogged up. So I didn't put too much in. Okay, so that's gotcha. That's two separate pieces they've got here. And this is where learning anatomy be really useful, to be able to draw this with a bit more confidence, knowing that you've got an accurate drawing that matches the real animal. So they've kind of got two separate pieces back here. So that goes a bit wider and then in like that. Okay, and then a bone down here. I don't know how much detail I should really add into this. I don't want to overdo it. Yeah, because that is a joint at the bottom here. That's where they kind of rub together as the kneecap. That kind of thing. Okay. Then I'll do the same at the front. I know some of these bones are curved, and I don't know exactly where they are in reality, so I'm not going to concern myself too much with that. Maria! Wow, you're kidding, you've never seen it? You really should. It's a great film. Absolutely fantastic. It's one of my favourite films of all time. It really is. It's in my top 3 or top 5 films, I'd say, possibly. Yeah, you should take a look if you get a chance. Real good Christmas film. Thank you, Soda Pop. Very kind of you. Yes, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Maria. I'm not sure I was necessarily in the right demographic either, to be honest. But it's just something I came across and watched and just really enjoyed. Okay, so I can't see how this is connected here, so I'm just going to make something up. There'll be a shoulder blade, I'm sure, at the top here, a large bone, I'm sure. So let me just pop something in there. There we go. And again, they've got a short bone for the neck. Yeah, it's also Nightmare. It's a surprisingly short film. I thought. It's not until you sit down and watch it and notice the time. It's only like 1:20 or 1:30 or something. That's it. Okay. Okay, around here. Over the skull and then to the face. So I've made that jaw far too long there. Although, as a skeleton, it's always surprising how long skulls are, and other parts of the body, but skulls in particular, always peculiar to see the shape of them. If you see a skull of, say, a monkey or a tortoise or a cat, it's really, apart from being a bit morbid and peculiar, the shape of them because they haven't got the fur, skin and fat on their heads, they just look a little bit strange. Okay, and we'll pop the eye up here and that'll be fine. And then we've just got the horns coming off the front there. Yeah, I don't think this becomes a spoiler, Maria, by seeing this particular image. I'm be fairly sure that you've seen something like this before. As I've talked about a few times when I've done these sketches or images that sketches and images at the beginning before completing animation, that when you've got a sketch and you're drawing a neater version, you don't have to follow all the lines. It's easy to think that you should because you've got your sketch in place, but now's the time to change your mind and make other decisions about where parts of your character should be, or to confirm the scale of the character. So that'll be okay for him, and I'm going to just copy and paste him at the front here for now, just so I've got the image in place, even though I'm going to actually literally duplicate the same drawing over here. I'm not going to draw it over 3 times. We'll place him in there, but it's just to get a neat drawing, to get a feel for a look of how the drawings are composited on screen and how they look together. Yeah, if you get a chance, Maria, and do pop it on. Obviously, being a Disney film now, and they've got Disney Plus, you can't easily find it on other streaming services, whether it be Netflix or Amazon Prime or what have you. But if you've got Disney Plus, pop it on or borrow a DVD off somebody. It's a fun Christmas film. Shorstein, thank you. Very kind of you to say so. I'm really pleased they are. And the idea of the streams, I don't know if you was here earlier on when I mentioned, is just a way for me to work on an animation or to talk about a feature of the program to share with you, and to do it live so that you can ask questions back rather than just sitting there passively watching. So you can ask any questions of what I'm working on, if it'll help you, or just general questions about the program or animation in general. And there's plenty of people in the chat here who can answer them if I'm a little bit busy or distracted drawing, so please do so. Yes, Maria, 10 years old, perfect for it, I think. Perfect. Okay, so I'm just getting a reference image now of Zero the dog for the front again, so I can get a little bit of a neater sketch of him. So again, he's mainly one skull. Yep. And I'm not sure what kind of dog he's supposed to be. I'm sure you'd be able to tell if you recognise skulls. I suspect it is based on a real dog. Okay, I'm trying to get this as neat as I can. Oh, that's all over the place. And sweeping in there, yeah, and it's kind of got a funny kink for that with his eye coming down here, but let's change this. And I'm being quite accurate now, probably more accurate than I need to be. Bum, 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 bum. Hello there, Bertie King. Yeah, a bit like a Labrador's head. Could well be right, Maria. You're a bit lost when it comes to using different character rigs in different backgrounds or scenes. Is that to do with sharing your characters between different scenes? Is that what you're referring to? Because if that's the case, the best thing to do is to create your character rig in its own scene and then import it as a sub-X sheet if you're using OpenToonz, or I'm using Tahoma here and it's called sub-scene. So if you've got a scene built elsewhere with your character that's built into different columns, multiple different columns, possibly with animation in, using the animate tool or frame by frame. If you then come to your scene with the background and choose load as subscene, it'll import all of those columns and animations as a single column on your new background scene, and then you can pull them in and animate them that way. Yep, I know exactly what you mean. I think if you take a look at my playlists over on YouTube, you'll see I've done this for my Futurama project, which I'm part way through and I've parked for a while. I need to come back to it. But for that, I've gone through the process from the very beginning through to the animation stage, and I drew the backgrounds one by one in one project. Then I created a different project for the first character of the doc, and then drew him with some animation, inked and painted. And then in a third project, I created a scene for the first part of the scene. So I split up the first, it's a 5 minutes or so animation. And I split it up into like 20-30 second scenes. And then I pulled in the background using the load as sub-X sheet from the file menu. And then pulled in the character and then placed them together on screen and sort of composited them in OpenToonz, one in front of the other, and then rescaled, resized, added effects, and animated him in the third project. So if you take a look at the playlist for that, you'll see each of those stages where I did that, and where I talked about organizing project files, as well as the drawing and animation. So you might find that useful. Yes, this will be on YouTube afterwards. You can take a look at it later. I'll add timestamps, if I can, to point to different parts of the video so you can skip through it. But yes, all my live streams are available on YouTube, so you can take a look at those. I think you're right, Maria. Active enthusiastic is exactly what he is. I've made this a bit too droopy for where he should be, so let me try and change this. And again, even though I've done a sketch first, I've not got to trace it. This isn't the final drawing. This is still a sketch for him. So it's kind of like this. And then his tail like that. And as I said earlier, it's kind of like a bed sheet. It's not quite right. It's almost there, but not quite right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select with the freehand tool his body, because I've made him a bit long. Just bring him down a bit shorter. Oops. And then bring it back to connect. Like that. See how that looks. Might be too short. Let me see how that looks in a second. We'll extend his tail a little bit. And again, if you're not on the ink stage, feel free to resize the drawings, move them around, copy and paste. And you can see here where I've resized it, it doesn't quite join up right. If you try to join it up right, you might get this kind of overlap and lines not quite neat. But that's precisely what the sketch stage is all about. It's about getting the scale of your characters and getting them in the right shape and position, and then we'll do the neat line afterwards. So let me just add his ears, and I've got them here going up in the air, and on the sketch they're kind of more horizontal as it's moving in the air. So I'll ignore the sketch again and just try and do a quick line over the direction of where they're going. little bit big there. Yeah. There's not a lot of room to fit two on here. Let's do this a few times until we're happy with the line. Greetings, Spain. Thank you then, Bertogging. Good to have you with us today. As I said, this is my last stream this year. I'll be doing some more next year, so keep your eyes open. And if you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, and you'll be notified when the next stream will be. But it should be around the same time, and that's 4 PM UK time on a Sunday for Sunday tea time. And if you join me next year, it'd be great to see you there. Okay, so let's just add these ropes in. So I believe they're going around his neck. Oh, more snow. Let's make this thinner and remove the ropes I've currently got with the erase tool. In fact, I'm still on selective. So let's turn that off. And in a different colour, in case I want to erase it, let's draw the ropes like that. Something like that. And in case you're wondering how I'm changing tools from the brush to the eraser and clicking undo, I've got some buttons on my tablet here. And I've set, there's 10 buttons in total. I've set a few of them into the tools to switch between selection tool, brush, eraser, and to do the undo. And I keep my hand on the side of the tablet normally, so I can just click between them quite quickly. So there's the final sketch at this stage. If I turn off the previous sketch, I think that's okay for now. That's kind of the thing that we're after. So just take a quick look over again my reference that I've got on my second screen over here, and we'll see if I've got anything madly wrong. I'm not entirely happy with the back part of the drawing here. Let me resize that to fit it in around the chat. Okay, the back part of here I'm not entirely happy with. It is kind of correct, but it just looks a bit peculiar. Might be the perspective, possibly. Perspective or the scale, might need to make that larger. It's quite thin, so if I make that a little bit wider. So if I get the selection tool, and then on the right column, we'll draw around that, and then make it wider there, and a little bit taller as well. Okay, and then we'll join that up into there. Okay, and hit save so we don't lose anything. Let me just switch over here and take a quick look at the chat with my little Santa Tea. Thanks for your help. Let's see what we've got happening in the chat. Okay, Soda Pop, welcome to the stream. No, we're not both from England. Dr. Ryan, good to have you with us. I may have been playing a little bit with the overlays. Why would you suggest that? Yeah, I know. Yeah, this week I've had a bit of fun making some overlays just for today's Christmas stream as a one-off, and it is Christmas. So I gave myself a little present to have a play with some of these animation overlays. And next year, my first couple of videos will be tutorials of how I made these I think they'll be useful for people. They'll be quite useful. They're all made in OpenToonz, or at least in Tahoma 2D, so anyone can make this kind of thing. But this is why I like the software. You can use it to make traditional cartoons. You can use it to make modern style cartoons. You can use it for websites, for video overlays like this, and so much more. So it's just so flexible. Where in England am I from? I think the best way to describe it when people ask where I'm from is I say I'm near Nottingham, because most people tend to know about Nottingham and Robin Hood, and I'm not far from there. So sort of in the middle of the country, you'd say. Let me just I see there's a comment there I've just reported and removed off the chat. Not interested in having that. Aladdin from Egypt, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you with us. Well, trying to be more of a Santa than a Robin Hood. Maybe we'll have a Robin Hood day one day as well on here. I've intended for the past, I've been on YouTube now for 3 years or so, making videos, and I've intended to do something with Robin Hood, to make an animation or some sort of connection. And the nearest I got was with the Dwanko dog run cycle animation. That I made him Dwanko Hood and gave him a Robin Hood outfit. That was kind of my sort of secret Easter egg as I was doing that animation. Since when I've been animating, I think for me that's an interesting question, because like a lot of people, I started animating in its true sense of the word when I was at school as a young lad, drawing in the corners of books and just making flip books. So doing that kind of animation. Always been interested, like most young people, and I worked on some early softwares on different computers through to PCs later on. But I started with Commodore computers, did some little animations, but then I didn't really do anything for many years until OpenToonz came out, and this is why I've been so keen to shout about it, because having an open source software that anyone can just pick up and start animating with, it's just amazing. So I've been so keen to shout about it, let people know they can just grab it. If you've got a computer, preferably with a tablet, which can be a cheap tablet, you can grab it, start drawing, start learning animating. But really, recently, it's been about 3 or 4 years, I think, since OpenToonz came out. And I've been working on animation for a while since then, but not really had time to solidly work on some of my drawing skills or so much of my animation skills. And I spend a lot of time making tutorials about OpenToonz and Tahoma and sharing them on the channel here, that I don't get a lot of time for actual animation itself. And next year I'd like to put some time aside for that, and possibly that's what these streams will be time where I'm going to force myself to practice some drawing and animation, as well as working on the tutorials in between. I've really enjoyed the Dranko animation. I think I'd done various other animation tasks and projects before then. I've done a couple of collaborations of Stickman animations on the channel here, and joined a couple of other collaborations. But the Dranko is one of the things I'm most proud of. It came out really well. I was really happy with it. And I've not really made enough run cycle animations. So that was a great project to get involved with for that. You're right, Enyo. I've not updated you at all on the Futurama project. That just got paused for a while. I got involved in a few things. One One of the things being my Udemy project, the Udemy course that I worked on early this year at the start of lockdown, back in March, April, May, I believe. And I spent a lot of time working on that in my spare time. And the Futurama just got put to one side and then got delayed. And then Tahoma was released, so I was making videos for that, tutorials to promote that, and to promote each of the new features as they came out. And that's kind of kept me busy up till now. And I think a couple of weeks ago I mentioned it when Dave was on the channel, who wrote the script for the Futurama project and did the voices. And I mentioned then that I really want to get back into it, to progress it, because it's only a short introduction that I want to get completed first. And for those of you that don't know, Dave from Blender Planet, who's got his own YouTube channel, wrote a fan story, a Futurama fan story, recorded all the voices himself for it, recorded the first part of it, and very kindly shared it with me, and agreed for me to start some animation work with it. And I might actually pop on the first part in a second and play it here, but give me a second for that. So the intention was that I was going to animate the first few minutes of the story getting started to see how it went. And it's for a couple of reasons. One, just as a fun animation project. It was a great story. I really enjoyed the voices that he did. They were fantastic. They're really spot on. And he sent me the script for the rest of the story, and it's a funny story. So I'd kind of like to complete the whole thing. So what I said was, if he could send me the audio for the first few minutes, then I'd like to animate that, see how it looks, work on the workflow for putting that together, see if I find it fun and enjoyable, see how it looks, and then maybe we might do something to put the rest of the scene, the rest of the story together. But that's for the near future, really. So early next year, I'd like to start working on that. Thank you, Caligero. It's very kind of you. Thank you. When I first started using OpenToonz, there were a few tutorials around. I'm trying to think who did them now. So there was Dan Insane. He'd made a few of them that I saw. Who else did we have? Yeah, there's Mr. Dan Insane, of course. There was Noble Frugal Studios, our very own Noble Frugal. He made a few that I'd seen. And there's one or two others that I can't remember because they only made a few very distinct tutorials, and they haven't made many more since. So I saw quite a few of those, and it got me excited into what it could do. So the intention of the channel here really, originally, was just to document my progress trying to learn the software. But as I was learning it, I thought I may as well share this with other people. So I very quickly turned what was going to be just a discussion of what I'd drawn and what I'd used in the software. That turned really quickly into a tutorial, and I ended up just being a tutorial channel for quite a while before I got to work on some of my own animation. So that's kind of how I started, really. And I just wanted other people to see what a great free software this was, and once you got your head around a few basic concepts, how easy it was to work with. But originally, obviously, there was lots of issues with crashing and projects being corrupted, which just put a lot of people off. But I was still keen that it felt like the right thing, the right sort of software. So I wanted to get that out there. That'd be great, Caligero, to get the French tutorials out there. Someone has asked me before if I could put in different subtitles for different languages to help other people, and it would just be such a time-consuming effort to do so. Unfortunately, I can't do that. So if you can create your own French tutorials, I'm more than happy to promote it on the channel and to let people know about it. So that'd be absolutely fantastic. TJ Free, I don't recognise that name, but say I know quite a few people have made their own tutorials. Yeah, Noble Frugal. He's busy working on obviously his main project, his Castle Dark project. So he doesn't make as many tutorials these days as he used to, but he's made certainly some great ones in the past, and his recent ones is really up to the quality. Quite jealous in what he's managed to do. So yeah, really enjoying those when he brings them out. So I'm just at the bottom of my cup of tea. So I think what I'll do, I'm going to disappear for 10 minutes, grab another cuppa, and I'll come back, and then we'll carry on working on this drawing and animation. So do feel free to keep on chatting, and I'll see you shortly. Hello, ho, 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 friends. Welcome back. I've got another cup of tea, and I'm ready for part 2. So what have I missed while I've been gone? Let's see the chat. Hans' comment stands out. A lot of tea. You're right, I do like a cup of tea now and again. It keeps me going. Powered by tea, that's me. Or coffee, if you prefer. So Ahmed was asking, any other types of 2D animation other than frame by frame? Yes, exactly. Puppet-based animation. Yep, Hans knows about this. And Enyo-san. No, Levi, I'm back. I was taking a short break just to top up on my cup of tea. And, oh, started snowing again. Oh, who'd have thought? Tea, why not coffee? I prefer tea. I do drink the occasional coffee. I could probably actually made a coffee this time to make a change. I just prefer tea. It's the English thing to do. It's what I've always done. I love it. Okay, so where are we then? Let's just turn off a few of these things, catch myself up, and then we'll crack straight on with the next bit of work. There's another coffee drinker, soda pop. Right, there's my pen. So it's talking about other types of 2D animation, and that's exactly what I want to do with a couple of these pieces on screen. So with Jack's arm and with the reindeer, I'd like to do a little bit of puppet animation. I hope to get some time to do that today. We'll have to see what time allows. Yeah, coffee's becoming more popular, but we're still quite traditional. And I'm of a certain age where we didn't really drink coffee, only tea. But I don't mind a bit of both. But for these streams, tea gets me through them nicely. Okay, so I did a very brief sketch, just to catch you all up, earlier. A very rough drawing of what I wanted for today's animation. And now I've drawn a slightly neater one over the top. And then we've got a few choices now. Now we've got the size and scale of everything. We can do the background for the characters to go in front of, for the scene to play in front of. Or we can draw neatly over this into the different columns. Because to do puppet animation, each piece of the puppet needs to be in a different column. So we can animate it separately. So we've got a few choices there. No, I wasn't planning to soda pop necessarily. Doesn't mean I won't. The idea was I wanted to do this scene where the characters are moving. You can see them in the sky, sort of moving. I wanted to go close in, zoom in close to Jack here on his sleigh. So I've made this level 3 times as big 3 times as wide as usual so I can zoom in close. So I was going to kind of mess about with camera size and with different backgrounds. So I'd like him close up here and possibly moving a little bit to give him the impression of being in the sky. And then I'd like to zoom out and show them all, possibly by having them move from sort of one part of the screen to the other, going backwards and forwards maybe, but to have the reindeers running. I won't get all of that completed today, so I'm not sure precisely what I will get completed today. Please do buy stocks in that tea company. That'd be very good of you. Okay, so there's the sketch. So I think what we'll do is we'll draw over this for the front characters, and then we'll colour them in, then we'll get to the background, then we'll do the animation. So again, I love the Toonz raster levels, or in Tahoma, they're called smart raster levels. Vector is good as well, but I find that the filling difficulties just get in the way a little bit for me. There's ways around it. I've talked about this before. There's ways to make it shapes fill consistently, but smart raster levels, unless you need to adjust the lines after you've drawn them as you can with Vector, this is just my preference. So we'll create a smart raster level, and we're going to do the sleigh first, and let's have a think of what size we want the smart raster level, because I want to draw the sleigh, then in a separate column I'll have the 3 reindeer, but I need the ropes coming to Jack in the same column, so that needs to be wider, or the part of Jack will be in a different column too. So I could sort of chain them side by side that don't need to all be the same size, but I may make them wider just for simplicity. So let's have a little think about that before we continue. So 0 is on his own at the front, so he doesn't need to be in the same drawing. He will be in his own column, and I can use the animate tool to bring him to the front. Let me look at my reference a second. Again, difficult to see in the references, but from what I can see, if I bring this view over to the main screen here, you can see the ropes going from Jack to the first reindeer. I can kind of see, yeah, I think there are some ropes going from the neck of each reindeer to the previous. I couldn't see them at first, but I think there are some. So for this first one, just trying to think, if I get it right now it'll be easier. You can resize the canvas to different size, as I've talked about before, but I'm not quite sure how I'm going to connect these together. So I think what I'll do, let's make it large at the beginning, we can always trim it down later. Okay, let's lock column 2, and we'll change the colour so we'll recognise which lines are which. We'll bring down the opacity so it's not quite as dark. Yep. And then in column 3, let's start drawing the sleigh. That's right, Tom. Yes, there is. In fact, let me go back to here. And the colour doesn't really matter, but we'll connect these like this. So we'll have something in there, but these 3 reindeer will all be duplicates, so I need to be careful how I connect them together so that the rope doesn't jump between them. Okay, so again, I'll keep my reference on my second screen, so I can make sure I'm not just tracing, but I'm drawing this a bit more accurately. So the whole sleigh is 1 unit. That won't be animated in any way. It's not going to spring or move about. Peg bars, said Hans. Peg bars to join them together. Well, you know what? I've never really found much of a use for peg bars for connecting columns together. I tend to connect columns with other columns. Good point, Tom. A final rope to the sleigh. Without it, how could they pull it? Absolutely right. Yeah, peg bars I've never really used. They're useful for connecting columns together and giving a position, and for adding animation. But they don't do anything different than columns, and columns you can see on the timeline, an X sheet. Yes, that's right. They're for guiding and for encouraging movement. Yes. So again, let's assume it's coming from the neck. Looking at the reference, I can't see at all where that is. So we'll just make it up. Go from the neck straight to the coffin, like that. So maybe as I animate the reindeer, I keep the neck in the same position and move the body, legs and head around that in some way. We'll come back to that. We can always animate the rope separately if we need to. As I say, I don't think we'll get that far today. I've already been streaming for a couple of hours and I'm on my second cuppa. So we'll see how we get on and maybe come back to this another time. Cheers. Okay, so let's do this coffin before we go any further. Let's call this sleigh. Right, and let's set the size. I like typing numbers in here rather than just dragging the sliders when I can. It makes it easier to come back to the right sized width of your brush. And I keep forgetting that when I draw, I keep drawing behind the conversation window on screen so you can't always see what I'm doing. So I'll try and remember to bring that back. But if I forget too much, drop me a message in the chat and remind me, and I'll keep glancing at the chat, remind me to bring things back to the centre so you can see what I'm doing. So again, I'm holding the Shift key to draw a straight line to make sure it's exactly straight. That one didn't quite join in the right place. Good. And again, save early, save often. As I always say, save as often as you can. And is that often enough? No, it never can be. So Control S, Control S, Control S. Let's give this, reduce this down a little bit to 4. And do a couple of handles in here. In fact, if I do one, and I'll just duplicate it for the rest. Copy and view. Place that there. And then copy, view, and paste that there. And save that. I want the back of here. And we don't get a good view of this because of the angle we're looking at. It brings back up to 6 again. So this looks a little bit peculiar, but let's see how it goes. Okay, this is some sort of a crisscross affair, so let's just add something in for that. Okay. Oh, peg bars for motion paths. Yes. Yes. Okay, so let's do this one first. Bring up the smoothing. One of the benefits of the smart raster levels. To get a smoother line. In fact, I'm going to copy that line rather than trying to match it. Copy and view. And I can add that there. There's no harm at all in taking these shortcuts. It's one of the benefits of using software rather than pen and paper. Bum, 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 bum. And the top part. And again, I think I will choose an ellipse for this. We'll make it a little bit shallower, because that was quite angled up quite a lot, so you can see the top more than you ought to, really. That's far too thin. Let me just see how thick these are. So that's too thick. 6, 4. Yep, that's fine. So let's add this in here. And it's got this kind of crazy handle on top. Use the eraser and make this small. And this is one of those times where perhaps it might have been better to choose a different palette entry, so you can just erase only that one palette entry. But that's okay. Then it's got this interesting pattern around the outside, so let's add that in, and we'll add a bit of pressure sensitivity to this. Okay. Yes, the arc tool is really useful. I've really not used that enough. You're right, I probably should. I quite like just the hand drawn feel of drawing your own lines, even if they're a little bit rough. With using the smooth option, it's still quite nice to do, I think. But yeah, the arc tool in the geometry tool set is really useful. I've not used that enough. I think I've used it more for vector levels than I have for smart raster or Toonz raster levels. Okay, so let's get this, try and get this line in here. That's on 6. In fact, that should be bigger, I think. Let's make it, yeah, 8. Rather than trying to draw 2 lines to add thickness, let's actually do it thicker. 8 to 9. Okay, I quite like that. And then we've got some lines coming up here, which are quite solid lines, so I will add them twice. Like that. Okay. Now I've got these cobweb type shapes coming off, which I'm not sure quite if I'll do them in another colour possibly. So I perhaps might do that. Okay, so that's the sleigh done. Jack, I'd quite like him in his own level, I think. So he can move. I can have a plastic tool over him. So let's add another Toonz level. I won't rename the level, but I will name the column. So if we draw Jack and his hat and everything on here, his arms will be on a separate level. We'll take a look at that shortly. Again, I'm taking a look at the reference. Don't be afraid to use reference. Do not be afraid. Yeah, and that comes round, that actually comes higher. So let's take this and change the size down. Oh dear. It'll start to get chilly soon again. Might have to get a jumper on. Got my hat to keep me warm. Maybe we should get a scarf. Maybe. Okay, so let's do this hat. Let's start a new colour, because I might let's change that to like a dark blue kind of a colour. Hang on, let me bring up the, there we go, this is the first issue. So Jack's drawing level is in the centre where the camera is, but that is off but the rest of the sketches are off stage, so I need to bring that all the way to the right so I can draw him in the middle of his level, which is a standard size level. And this is kind of one of the issues of using different size levels, is to remember where they all are. And this is why I showed you earlier the raster bounding box option, keeping that ticked, is useful to see where your level is. And if you think about it in a traditional sense, think about each level being a piece of paper. So that's like an A4 sheet of paper of where you're going to draw. So you can get a large piece of paper, a very wide one for the background, and then a small one on the front just for one small element. In fact, let me start from the front here. Bring down the smoothing because I don't need so much. Snap to in smart rasters, is that a thing? I don't know if that will be, if that's a possibility or not. Hands to be a thing, because the snap in vector levels is there because we know precisely where each line begins and ends. So we know where the line is. In smart raster, we know which parts of the screen are lines and which are areas, So we could snap to a line, but we don't know the position of the line, so it ought to be possible. So I hope so. Hey Ma! Hi there, welcome to the stream. I heard you were streaming earlier. Is that for more of your characters for the for your new animation? Excellent. I shared your picture earlier that you shared on the Discord. I shared that with everybody, showing all of your characters, and they are really groovy. I do like them. I'm looking forward to seeing them move. Yes, he has. I really need to catch some of your streams, but when they happen on a Sunday, I'm either busy with home things or preparing for this, so I've not had much time. Okay, nice. Feel free to share a link in the chat to your stream if you've got it set up yet. Excellent. That's great. Same for you, Dr. Ryan. If you want to share a link to that in the chat, if you've got it set up. If not, then just share it over on the Discord when you start. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, and let's get his beard in as well. It is more of a black beard there. Okay. Yeah, no problem at all. One thing to point out, just while I think about it as I'm drawing on here, is the draw order option. You can choose where your lines are drawn. If I change the hat and beard colour to a brighter blue colour, I've changed the draw order to under all. So when I draw the next black line, it draws underneath, ignoring the anti-aliasing, underneath the blue. So it doesn't overlap a lot of the blue. And overall, should always draw over. And palette order should draw in the order on the palette. So let's get this beard done. And that sort of comes up there really. In fact, let's bring that down here. And then the beard can curl around itself. Something like that. In fact, I need to put that in front. Like that. Now I can finish off his head. Okay. Yeah, so Christmas collaboration would have been really good. I'm not sure if I'd have had time to join in though, unfortunately. But yeah, that kind of thing. We need to get more of these working, as you said before, Amar. That we need to get us all collaborating and working on OpenToonz projects together, or just a project, a fun project together. Okay, so I want to draw Jack, have him in front of the back part of the seat. So I'll just draw him up to the edge of where the coffin goes to. The shoulders comes there. I'm trying to think what overlaps where. I'm going to have the arms separately actually. So if I just draw this down here. Then hide that. And then I can draw the bottom part of his body behind that line. Because it's going to be black on black anyway. Good. So that's Jack's main body. Then I want his arms to be on a separate column. So I'll create another smart raster level for his first arms. That's the top part of the arm. And I'll go to the FX room, which I've not done yet today, and we'll attach the top part of the arm to Jack. Sorry, it's not the FX room, the schematic, stage schematic. So we'll attach the top part of the arm to Jack here. So if I select the top part of the arm, remove that connection, so it's connected to the table, and you can see that by default, the top part of the arm here would sit where the camera would be. But if I connect it to Jack, it's now got the same animation adjustment that Jack has. So it's sitting directly on top of the same drawing. So I can now draw them in the same place, and wherever I move Jack to, the arm will move with it. So I'm going to have this arm behind his body. So I'll move that behind there. And then the arm comes down and just round here. So I want to have this, bring smoothing up. Simple as that. And then I'll create the forearm. And we'll do the same again. I'll connect the forearm to the top arm. So it'll sit again on top of it. And back to 2D. I can now continue drawing here. And again, I'll make this like a deep blue, ready for the cuff edge to go around. Okay, and then we'll have his hand on the end. We might have to animate that or move that in some way, but we'll look at that separately. So again, I've got no images of that apart from I know he's got a skeleton hand. So let me just try and draw that on here. Something like that. Okay. Good. Let me look back at the sleigh again. Let's add in these additional cobwebs because they're sitting there waiting to be added. So let's add them in now. Make this larger. So I'll add those in just to add that bit of interest at the back. And let's fill them in with the same colour. And save that so we don't forget it. Good, okay. So that's the basics for Jack. So I'll leave him there, but I think we'll collapse him into his own sub-X sheet later. So again, let's add a new smart raster level for these reindeers. So we'll start off with the body. Might reduce the size. Let's see how this comes out. No, that's a bit thin, so we can make that larger. We'll leave it at 4 minimum, so we can get some change in the thickness of the line as we draw. Let's start at the bottom first. We can add some additional shape to that. In fact, let's not do the leg yet. I want to do the legs separate. So we'll join that together. I won't do separate bones for these. I think that'll be too much detail, especially because we're going to see these from far away anyway. Let's add this made up collarbone. There we go. And connect that up there. So we can use the plastic tool on the body if we want to make it bend. The legs I was going to use skeleton tool, as it were, and have them on different columns. But what I might do, we could use the plastic tool for that as well. Being as they're all separate, let's give that a go. We'll try the plastic tool. Let's draw it all in the one drawing. And being the bones are separated in the drawing, it might work quite well. It might not, of course, but you don't find out until you try it. Okay, let's add this at the top. And again, we haven't got to trace precisely over the sketch. If you have got the sketch drawn to the right scale and you can trace with the ink over the line, that's much easier. It makes your life much easier for doing the inking, but you've got every opportunity to change your mind to make a nicer ink line, and nobody else knows where your sketch is, so it doesn't really matter if you followed the sketch or not. Okay, let's just do his neck, and then we're on to the head. That's not too bad. I think we'll keep that there. Change the eye. Yeah, the skull looks okay, I think. Let's fill that in. And then the antlers, which I'll leave joined on, because otherwise it'd be tricky to have them in here. Now we'll try and trace the lines as much as I can here, but because I've got a different thickness for the min and maximum, I'll try and include that a little bit, just to add some interest into the lines. Okay, so the second one, I'll add this extra line here to show where it's connected. And again, ideally, you'd use some reference to see what antlers look like on a real reindeer. These could be totally wrong. You could either follow the image in the film or the realistic one, or add your own to make it up, just for what looks nice for what you're trying to draw. Again, it's your drawing or your film, so it's your choice. And ideally, I would have taken more time to research that before doing this drawing, but I've been so busy all week that I've not really had enough time to do so. So again, I'll hit save, and there's the reindeer. I won't copy the reindeer to the other ones yet. We'll do that when we've we'll do that when we've finished the animation of one of the reindeers. We'll change it to the other two. Yes, Amar, I'm glad you mentioned that. I saw earlier you mentioned, you commented on Orphan Last's site, saying you're working on some brushes for CSP. Yeah, excellent. Are you planning to sell these or give them away, or would they be with another product? How are you intending to hand them out? To give them away. Oh, excellent. I have thought about trying to make some brushes for OpenToonz, or adjusting the brushes that are here and seeing if people find them useful. But the brushes that we have in OpenToonz software, for me, they do the job. So I've not needed to create new ones yet. Clip Studio Paint, CSP. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so there's the body for the reindeer. So I'm going to change the name now and possibly spell reindeer wrong. Who knows? You'll let me know, I'm sure, if necessary. And finally, I want to draw 0, which I can't remember if you spell it with a Z or an X. So I'll put a Z. I'll use the animate tool again just to bring over the background here, and let's bring up a reference on the other screen, and I will draw him in neat. There he is. Good. If you do make some for OpenToonz to Homer, let us know. I'm sure you will. That'd be good to see. Okay, so I have two colours, one for his nose. I'll draw this in red initially. I'm happy for this to not be a perfect circle. I feel that's in red there for now. We'll come back to that and we'll add the glow later. Okay, I'd love to animate him flapping. I don't think I'll be able to do that today, but I think I might do that another time, because having animated hair or clothing really adds to a character and a feeling of movement. And most of this character is the movement of his ears and his body. So I'd love to get to that sometime. But for now, let's just draw him as a single element. I'll add a different colour for his body for now. And again, not following it precisely the line. Just trying to give myself a feel for where the line moves. The same for his ears. That's too big at the bottom there. Yeah. Okay. So that's all of the main parts done. So I'll come back and go through it all and add some colour. So to make sure we are colouring in, I'll save that first, and then change the scene settings for the background colour to not be plain white. We're going to have a dark background, so make it like a dark blue. Although that's only adjusting the camera, of course. So if we go to Preferences, to the Colours tab, and on the first colour, we'll change this to be like a deep blue as well. That's pretty close. Okay, so let's add a colour. So it's kind of a ghostly white colour, not exactly fully white. So I'll hedge it towards the blue. Let's just fill his skull in and see how that looks. We don't want too much blue there. In fact, I've just spotted something in the original drawing. I've drawn both his ears behind his head, which is a bit crazy. So let me draw this coming in front. And then erase that line here. Okay, so that's his head, and I'm going to switch to the list view so I can name the colours and I can see exactly which colour is for which part of the body, so I don't forget. His ears, I'll be a little bit similar, but I'll adjust them slightly and then add a line here. And then I can fill up to the line like that. And then his body, I think should be the same as the ears. But I might change the colour later, so we'll keep it as a separate colour palette entry so we can change it later if we want to. Okay, let's take away the sketch layer. That's that one there. Okay, so go to the reindeer and then we'll colour this in. So let's add a new colour. And the reindeer again, they're just bony. So we'll add a hint of another colour just so it's not exactly white. And then we'll see how much of this I can fill. And rather than using the normal fill method of clicking inside each shape, if I use the freehand option, I can just draw a freehand shape and it'll fill in any enclosed lines. So it's a quick way to colour in. But as you saw there, if I try and do the antlers, because this line is very close to that one, it actually colours in the gap in the middle. And I can remove that by going to colour 0 and trying to fill that in like that. Okay. So then let's come to Jack next. So if we take, I'm almost tempted to group them together. Ideally, there'd be a folder structure you can see at the root level. So you could have a folder for Jack and then inside there, his individual columns. But I'll leave them for now. Let's just go ahead and colour in what we can for Jack. Hi there, Hans. The lights on the stream, do you mean the these at the top of the window? They were done in Tahoma 2D. I made those yesterday for today's stream. And so is the snow and the snowdrift. As I was saying earlier, the program's so flexible, you haven't got to just create full screen traditional style cartoons. Anything that's animated you can create with it. Overlays, subtitles, anything like that. And did I animate the palette? No, I didn't. I did it a very simple way, as I do for most animations or movements. If I can, try the simple route first and then get more complicated. So what I did was I created the background lights with them all off, so the string and the background of each shape, each bulb, and then on a separate level in a separate column I drew the coloured circles and coloured them in. Then I duplicated it and just refilled the different colours into the next section. So the circles were all in the same place and I just recoloured them. And then for the part where only one colour moves along, I did a similar sort of thing, except I deleted the coloured circles that weren't lit. So I only showed the one colour that was lit, and I copy and pasted that one colour to every third bulb. This one here. And I did it for the 3 colours. And each colour's got a glow on it, but unfortunately by using a GIF for the output, the glow doesn't quite extend enough outside of the centre. It doesn't keep the transparency very well. So that's a bit of a disappointment, but it still is a main impression. It's Christmas and I wanted to get some lights up. And I've got some here behind me obviously, and I wanted some over on the screen, so I did that. Okay, so let me just find the rough colour palette and then I'll colour this in. So it's quite straightforward. But for Jack, we've got obviously a red colour for his clothes. And let me show only Jack. If I right click on there, I can toggle, which hides everything else and then shows only Jack. So now if I fill with that colour, oh, I was in freehand mode, go back to normal mode, and I can now colour in like that. And then add a colour for his hat, which is a white colour. We might add some edging, and for his beard. Then on top of his beard, I will add, it will be quite black, let's make it a sort of blue colour, some little lines. Because this is supposed to be fluffy, a fluffy beard. So we'll do this just to indicate some sort of texture. We might come back and change it later, but for now that indicates some texture there. And again in the hat. And because it's a separate colour, as I showed you earlier, we could just choose to erase these lines and not worry about the rest. Hello, is that a big bird on stream? Hello there, what are you up to? I take it the football's finished. Let me just save this a second and then nip over to the chat. Yeah, there's lots of ways, Maria, of doing that. A few different ways. As Hans was indicating, you could adjust the palette colours to make them move around. And I did consider that. Or you can use effects, or you can copy and paste. There's quite a few different ways. 6-2. Well done. Good for you. So everybody, Big Bird there in the chat is Mrs. T. She's joining us from her brother's house, I believe, or who knows where you are. I know you're not in the pub because there's no pubs open at the minute. So drinking wine. It's not good for you unless it's mulled wine, being Christmassy. And I hope you've got your hat on. I plan to make a tutorial, Hans, in the beginning of the new year for my first 2 videos back to show how I did the snow here on the channel and how I did these snowdrifts, the animated snowdrifts, which aren't necessarily as straightforward as you might think, but they are straightforward to do and they were fun to do. Really easy, straightforward. So I was going to do that for my first 2 videos, and I could possibly do something for the lights for the next one. That could be worthwhile. There's not a lot to it, but I'll have a think over Christmas and we'll see what we come up with. No problem, no problem. So let's continue with the colouring. There we go. There lies poor old Jack. Poor old Jack. Change the beard colour a little bit, just so it's different to his skull. So should that be whiter or should his skull? That's a great guess there, Anyo-san. So I don't want the beard and head to be exactly the same colour, but if we take a look again at the reference I've got here, the head is more, it's a smooth white and there's texture on the beard, so I might need to add some more texture to differentiate between those two. Okay, so that's Jack there. I might need to add some more to him. Let's go to his forearm, and what I'll do is I'll copy that colour by selecting it in the palette, pressing Ctrl C, and in the forearm, Ctrl V, and the top arm, Ctrl V. So then I can fill those. So we're in the forearm, and if we go to the top arm, I can fill there. And also for the forearm, I want to copy a new colour for the white on the edge and one for his bony little hand. Bring back the sleigh. And the sleigh colours aren't particularly exciting. Yeah, just shades of brown. It's quite a dull picture, so we'll try and pick a few different shades for those. So we'll have a slightly darker one for this back part, just so it's different. I think maybe Big Bird's gone offline, and Yosan, but yes, it was Man United. Okay, Maria, well, hopefully you can hang around for a few more minutes, but if I don't get to say anything to you before then, have a great Christmas, and we'll see you next year. But I'll see you on the Discord, no doubt, in the meantime. Thank you for joining me today. Great to have you with us. Yeah, have a great time off. I'm just going to hopefully get some more of this finished today. I don't know how far we'll get. But I'll keep going for a little while longer. Thank you, Maria. Good. And then we'll copy this for the tank, which is kind of, again, another dirty brown colour. So I don't know what it's called at the back, so I'll just call it tank, and then the tank strip, just so I've got some recognition of what the colours are. Okay, then we've got the lid. I use the strip for that, so it's a darker colour, and for the lid, no, it needs to be a dark. It just needs to be a dark colour. Okay, let's leave that there. And the handle, just to be a different colour, let's fill that in like this. Let's use the paintbrush tool because it can't get into the small gaps. That's that. And then for the lid, we'll go in between the gaps here. Okay. Oh, missed the back of Jack's seat. So let's add that. It's like a deep crimson. So let's come down here somewhere and just fill in some of these. And we can add some texture colour to that later if need be. Make that deeper and redder because that's the inside of there. Okay. So it's still looking quite dark there, as it should. Okay, I'm going to add another line on the sleigh to indicate the far side of that, because I don't like how that looks. Because we're looking at this directly from the side, I'm not sure that's the best way because you can't quite see this extra line, so I'm going to draw that in, I think. Before I do, let me turn the smoothing and try and follow this through. And then this would go behind here perhaps. Okay, good. Turn everything back on. You know what, the rectangle or the freehand selective fill is so useful. Sometimes I just do things the simplest way, just to get things done. I try and show all these extra methods, and I've tried to show them in here, but the freehand rectangular polyline fills, choosing to fill just areas, you're right, is really useful for those small parts. The other thing I forget to do is to adjust my fill depth. So if you make the depth deeper as you fill, it fills further into the anti-alias colours. And I keep forgetting to adjust this. It's something to work on. F5 and F7, is that the standard keys for those, or are they keys you set up? while answering that, I've just remembered I've not set up, which I was going to at the beginning, my backup tool. So let me set that up and run that before I forget. So if something goes wrong, I can roll back to an earlier version, or if I want to see the state of the animation earlier, I can do so. So let me bring that over here. Just to show you quickly, all my projects are in the Tahoma folder. So I'll set it up to the Tahoma. I want to back up all the files in the project folder, but I won't have any MP3s, MP4s and images. So I'll leave that off and just click to start monitoring. And then the next time I press save here, give it a second at the bottom, it'll let you know it's backed it up. So I'll just minimize that and forget about it, which is all I need to do. And that'll keep taking backups every time I do a save. Okay, so if you want to make an animation with this, this is the whole intent purpose of today. Oh, more snow. What I'd like to do is I need to group all this together so I can move it around forwards and backwards and reduce its size left and right. So I need to group them together on the schematic and then start to apply the plastic tool animation to them and then do a background. So let's do a little bit of that. So go to the FX window and we need to connect all of this together. So let's see which columns and levels we actually do need. So this is one of the sketches which I don't need. The next sketch I want for the position of the reindeer, so I'll keep that and we'll lock that so I don't edit it. I've got the preview turned off so it won't render into the final output. So the sleigh I'm going to take as being the root position for everything. So let's move the sketch out of the way. Column 2 is a better sketch. Move that out of the way. We don't care about those two. So we'll have the sleigh be in the root position. We've got a reindeer here. I'll hang off the sleigh. 0, I'll put him off the sleigh as well, and then Jack connected to the sleigh there. So now if I put an animation on the sleigh, everything else will move around it, which is what we need. Good. So I won't worry about the ropes going to the reindeers and back for now. Let me do a little thing for, it's two types of animation I've got here. One is for Jack using skeleton animation, because I've got his body set up on 3 different columns, so I can set that up. And then there's plastic tool animation for the reindeer. Yes, Soda Pop, I did. I used exactly that. I used the falling snow particles with a few adjustments to make them move how I wanted them to, and a little bit of animation on the birth rate. So it starts off as a snow flutter, a slow flutter, and then gets faster to a snowstorm, and then at the end again it slows down to a flutter before it stops. And I'll be showing that in probably my next tutorial in the new year, in a couple of weeks' time. So to connect the arms together to Jack, I need to go to the animate tool and set the center points for each body part so that I connect them together. So the top arm here, I want to connect, let's get this right, I need Jack to the top arm, need to connect at his shoulder, so that when I move the top arm, that moves at the shoulder, but I need to connect these two together at the other end. So I need a couple of hooks is the best way to do this. So for Jack, I'll click the hook tool and then tap on screen where I think his shoulder should be, and I'll say here. And then on the top arm, I need 2 hooks. Bring that forward so I can just see it. So I need a hook there at his shoulder and 1 at the elbow. And then on the forearm, again, I'll bring it to the front. And onto a hook here at his elbow, and then I think just the one there, yeah. So then to connect them together, you press this button here, second from right on the stage schematic, and then you can choose which hook point they all connect to. So for Jack to the top arm, it goes from point 1 to point 1 on the top arm, there. And then top arm to forearm is the point 2 on the top arm to point 1 on the forearm. So hopefully you got that. So on Jack, I've put a hook, the first hook, number 1, at the point where his shoulder would be. On the top arm, this part of the arm, I've put a hook at the top shoulder and one at the elbow. And then on the forearm, just the one hook at the elbow. Move that. So that where hook 1 on the forearm is, that connects to hook number 2 point. I hope that makes some sense. And then I want to change the center points so that when I animate, they will move in the right positions. Okay, so I want him to shake the reins. So let's see if we can do that first. So I'll put Jack, let's organise the order of these, then the top arm, then the forearm. Okay, so Jack still. Let's extend some of these drawings to last for a while. Okay, so forearm, let's set the rotation point. Sorry, the top arm first. You can see where it's rotating to. So start at the bottom of his body. I want it to lift up and shake. You're right, Caligero. The documentation isn't very detailed at all. You have to just jump in and have a play, I think, to make it work. I've changed the forearm to match, so that arm goes down first, then up, hangs around, and then comes down quickly. So for the forearm, I want to do something similar. So as it comes down, I want to bring his arms towards him. I'm trying to think how it moves. So I want to bring his arms towards him, and then come down. So from here, I'll start there. As he comes in, bring them towards him. Up a little bit more, and then whip them down to here. Like that. Okay, let's take a look. And I think this kind of animation for Jack Skellington, because he is a skeleton, it's kind of okay to be fairly stiff because he's just made up of bones. So having the movement being stiff is okay. So I just need to work out the timing for this a little bit. So let's adjust this a little bit to try and get the timing right. So he lifts his arms up, pulls them back, then lifts them up. So again, let's bring them a little bit later. Holds a second. And then whips down quickly. Let's extend this a lot longer. Let's have a look. that holds too stiff for far too long. So let's change those and bring them back. So this is kind of him whipping a little bit. Okay. That's fine for that movement for now. And we'll retime that a little bit and fiddle with that a little bit more, I think. But I want to just get the basics down for now. And I'm quite keen to take a look at what we can do with each of the reindeers. So what I'll have first is I'll add a plastic tool, create a mesh. Let's take a look at this. I want it not too small or too big, because the bone size is what's important. The bones aren't going to flex and bend. I'm going to adjust them to move around where the bones are. So I need to not have any overlapping mesh parts near where the bones are. So that's perfectly fine there, because they're separate pieces of mesh, so the bone should move fine. And we can adjust the mesh if need be. So hit apply on that. Build skeleton. And as I said, the rope will move from the neck, so I'll start from the neck position for the skeleton. Okay, we'll put one there and one on the head to make that move, and then it's one at each bending point of the actual skeleton. In fact, let's delete that. I accidentally added them from the top. I need to select that one at the collarbone, then I can add the leg, and then from here I can possibly bend that part, then add one again for each joint of the body, with one for the tail. And if we try and animate that, see how that looks. This is the problem, that it bends and moves the bones. So what we want to do is paint rigid, make the brush quite thick, and just paint over everything, because we want the bones to be rigid, not to flex. Although we might want the middle section to flex a little bit, so let's paint it flexible in the center. See what that does. Okay, let's go to animate mode. Absolutely, Soda Pop, that's exactly what I plan to do, an auto patch macro. I want to tidy that up later in quite a few things. I want to quickly nip through and add the basics for everything first, and get that looking semi-reasonable, so I've got the basic structure for the animation. Okay, in animate mode, let's just start moving these. So that still moves those. There's quite a lot of influence given to other parts of the mesh. So let's go back to paint rigid. And if I paint that rigid all the way across the back, extend the plastic mesh, and let's do the basics of the movement. So let's think about it one leg at a time. So it's front legs going forwards and then down, as the back legs come forward and then go down, then the front legs again. So let's just do the front legs first to get the basic timing. So we'll add the start key, so a global rest key. So this is where the drawing started. It's always good to start with the global rest key, so you've got somewhere to move from. Don't know about the timing yet, so let's just go to frame 5, so we're on 4s. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, key, 2, 3, 4, key. There. And then up. We're going to there, aren't we? Okay. So if I put a onion skin on frame 1, I can see where we're heading to next. So 13, and then want to go with it bent up here. Let me bring that in here, see how that looks. It's not going to be right, but let's just... Okay, it's not too bad, so it's... Keep dragging that. Starting at drawing 1, frame 1, so it comes up. And then stretches out, comes back, and then comes up. Because really that's the end point. Number 5 is kind of there. So it's at the back, and that comes up to there, and then really that should be the next one. So let me delete that, bring all these keys to the start, and you'll see what I mean. So we'll change frame number 1's key. In fact, change number 1's key here to be curled up like this. It's close. I've only actually got 1 leg on each side rather than having 4 legs. I've only drawn 2. So I might need to add some more later. Okay, so seeing the onion skin for all those steps, I can see where I'm going to there. And it's pulling it up and then going back to 1. So I think if I copy key number 1 and place it on 21, and then repeat the first 20 frames, that's okay, that's not bad. So I want that to be a higher knee. So again, let's replace 21. Comes down, round, and then up. So from there, 17 to 21, that's not quite right. Okay, so go to those. Let's see that. It's quite slow, so I might speed that up. So yeah, so let's bring these down by 1 frame. Then we'll bring these down by 1 frame. Let's have a look at that. No, it's all the way back to there. They ought to be quicker. So again, bring that down by 1. Let's select the next set, bring them down by 1. and then extend this one by one so it comes up slower. I think that'll about do for the front leg. So then we'll also do the back leg. Hello there, Yulig. Welcome to the stream. We're just working on a small animation here for Christmas. So let's work out where the back leg moves. So the back leg needs to kick forward first, and then the front leg needs to come forward there. So let's go on the same keys and just start adjusting this. Yeah, I think I need to adjust these keys a bit differently. Let's put that position needs to be on the first one. So to do that, I'll go to the timing room, and then we'll show all of the plastic mesh values. And this way it's useful to get used to the function editor and how it's laid out. Well, actually, you talk about glowy red nose. Have you seen the film Nightmare Before Christmas? Because I've got a red glowy nose on this little fella. So I'm going to make him glow in a short while. Okay, I'm going to delete all the zeros here, and if I right click on the plastic skeleton root and click to show animated only, those columns will disappear, which will make it easier to animate all of the other columns, because there's an awful lot of them. So now if I right click and choose show animated only, I've got fewer columns to deal with. Merry Christmas, Jim P. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a good day today. So I can make that smaller now so I can see everything. And then let's take a look at where the movement is. So to frame 18, I want to copy the rear legs to the front. And unfortunately, it doesn't tell you which columns are which. However, I know I've not set any keys on the first few frames for the back legs. So these last three angles will be the ones I'm copying over. So let's copy those to there. So if I go from frame 18 to frame 1, the rear legs are in the same place. So this is the tricky part now of trying to map up this leg running. No problem, Enyo-san. Good to have you with us today. Hopefully we'll have something half decent coming out of this today, but I'll probably work on this a bit more during the week to get more of a complete animation, I think, for Christmas. But thanks for joining us today anyway. See you again soon. Right, so frame 7's keys are wrong, so I'll delete those. Let me just hit repeat play, see what we've got. So the rear leg really isn't moving up much at all, so when that comes forward, that's got to come tuck in there, hasn't it? So from one, tuck it up, that's it, tuck it up, and then come forward with it tucked in like this. And then swing it back. Yes, that's looking close. Let's see how that looks. Yep, with the ribs moving there. So the next thing I'd like to do is to bring up his little bum and have his back arch a little bit as he runs. Do you know what, Soda Pop? It's a great film. It's one of my favourites. I've seen it a few times, not for a few years now, to be honest. I need to watch it again before Christmas, perhaps. But I wanted to build a scene from it, and this is the one I came from, the one I came up with. So let's see how this moves. So when his legs come up and he pushes, that's arching his back, and then his legs come up again. So I think from here to there, I'm going to try and arch him a little bit. And what I can do, if I turn off all these keys and then hover over the one I'm interested in, that's vertex 10, I can then just show vertex 10 here so I can see where the keys are set. So I can delete that key. I don't want the distance or stacking order, so I'm not changing the stacking order moving forward and backwards. I'm not changing the distance to stretch the bones. Yeah, I think you might like that, Soda Pop. I watched it with mine when he was 9 or 10, I think, originally, and with my niece and nephew. They really enjoyed it. It's a great film. So yeah, if you can, I think you might enjoy that. So let's show number 9 as well. And now it's easier to work with the keys to see where the keys actually are. And then delete that. So number 9, I'll just bring it down again. So up to here. Let's bring this up some more. And then actually for that one I can just put a 0 in there, which is the default. Let's take a look at that. So a little bit stiff. Let's take a look at the head. So frame 1. Let's have a look at this end. So let's tip that back a little bit. To there. Bring it forwards again. So again, let's see where these are. So vertex 2, vertex 3. Let's show those two. Thank you, Levi. Thank you for pointing that out to me. It's something I forget again and again and again. There we go. Bring it out of the way of the chat so you can see where it is. And down so the lights aren't in the way. Thank you for reminding me of that. In fact, if I hit save so I don't lose anything, unlock and then move the X sheet to the right hand side, and then how does that fit? That's okay. Yeah, and then I can jump between the frames. You can see where I'm moving in the function editor, but I can control it better without my hand in the way. So let's remove those two keys there. So the head moves down all the way, and then from there it needs to come up again. And then I'll copy those two keys to the last frame there. So let's see how that looks. Let's just adjust the spine a little bit. Up. So again, let's take a look. That's number, I can't quite see that, vertex 10. So that'll be vertex 9. Show those angles. Let's see how they look and adjust that slightly. And have that one there. How's that look? A bit higher, so it continues up. That'll do for me. That's perfect for me. So we can adjust that to our heart's content and keep fiddling with it and changing it. But I think that's pretty good for now. That's okay. So what I'd like to do, back in the 2D room, where we can see this, I will delete the drawings for everything that's not in the first 17. I'll then highlight, let's delete the right drawings, the reindeer mesh and the reindeer drawings. I'll highlight the reindeer and the reindeer mesh columns, right click and choose collapse. So now we've got a single reindeer column with 17 frames in, which is a repeating cycle of the run cycle of the reindeer. And if you click on one of those frames and step inside, we can see the original drawing column, the mesh column, and all of the keys. And now we can also hide the mesh so we don't see it. So if we step out again, we've got the reindeer running here, which also means we can duplicate that. So if we insert 2 more columns, highlight all those drawings, copy, go to a column, choose paste, go to a column, choose paste. We can then have duplicates of the reindeer. And if I use the animate tool, change it to position, lock the Y so the reindeer can't move up and down, I'll only move the X position. And on reindeer 1 column, I'll click and drag that to the front where the reindeer is. Reindeer 2, I'll click and drag that to where the second one is. And now I've got 3 reindeers that all run in time with each other using that same animation. And if we edit the animation for this, changing the timing or the position, it'll change it for all of them because they are literally a copy of the same sub-X sheet. So one thing I want to do is, obviously we don't want all the reindeers running exactly in time. We need to adjust the timing of them ever so slightly, and we'll leave reindeer 1 at the front with this timing. And we'll change reindeer 2 timing to be slightly slower by dragging all the drawings to the right, and then we'll click number 17 and we'll move that to the far left. So we've still got the same cycle of 17 drawings, but the drawings are off by 1 frame to give it a bit of a mismatch in timing. And then we'll do the same for reindeer 3. We'll move him away. Let's just do 2 frames and we'll see how that looks. And highlighting frames 16 and 17, I can click those 2 and drop them at the start. And again, you can see we've still got the same cycle of 17 drawings. So if I hit save, so I've got a backup copy of that, hit replay to play all, and there's slightly different timing as they run. And they're running a little bit slow, so I will go in and edit that and speed it up. I think we need to lose a couple of frames. They're going quite slow, but that's okay. Bye then, Maria. Thanks for joining us today. And I think just the final thing I want to do today is I've worked on all of the components apart from 0. I'd like to add a glowing nose for him. So the way to do that is we need to have his nose in a separate column. So if I duplicate the drawing for drawing number 2 and then create a new column by pressing the insert key, and now if I copy or drag drawing number 2 up to the start, I can call this 0's nose. And then in this column I'll delete everything apart from the nose. So choose the eraser, and I want the nose, so I want to delete all but the nose. So the easiest way to do that, I think, is I delete all of the colours from the palette. So highlight them all, press the delete key, and it'll ask you if you want to delete the styles, lines and areas, which I do. So you can just delete the style here but leave the lines and areas drawn on screen. If you delete them all, it tells you it's not undoable. That'll delete all of those lines and areas from the whole drawing. But unfortunately, I've just realised I did that I even though it's in a separate column, that is actually the same level. So I need to change that and redraw them back in. So let's go back and sort that. That's no problem. So on this one, I just want the nose, so I can use the standard eraser. So the nose is only on this drawing. Okay, that's fine. Selection tool, drawing number 1. I'll copy the nose, paste it on drawing number 2. For some reason that's not pasting. Oh, it's the position. He's over here. Okay, so I need to attach 0 to his nose in the FX room. So here's 0. Just connect the B's together to connect 0 to his nose. So it's now back over here. Right, so with 0 column hidden, using the eraser, I can erase selectively just the black lines. Let's change it to the freehand, and I can do that, and only the black lines go. Then on the 0 level, which is what I should have done in the first place, I'll erase just, bring that back in, erase just colour, the red colour for his nose, like that. So that's the 0 column, and that's the nose column. So let me quickly just draw 0 back in. Shouldn't take 2 seconds. then his body. And again, just give it a nice flow of his sheet type body. There we go. And then add some colour. So we'll have white for his skull. Close, get rid of the nose, and we can see that the line is actually open at the end. So let's just add that to close it. And then we can fill in his skull there. We'll copy that colour and make it slightly different colour towards the blue range for his body and for his ears. Let me erase that. The blue is the see-through part, so let's colour that in. Lines only. Yeah, that'll colour that. And then back in black. We'll make sure we colour over that one. Good, okay, there he is. So let's show his nose again. So let's just add a glow to his nose in the FX room. Go to the FX schematic, and then for Zero's nose, we'll insert light glow effect. Preview that. It'll show the default, hopefully. He's off camera at the minute, so it won't show that. I need to bring him back into the camera. So let's select the sleigh, the animate tool, and bring it over. There he is. For some reason, the reindeers, they're not connected to the sleigh. So let me go to the stage schematic. And there's the 3 reindeers, all sitting on their own. They should really be connected to the sleigh. So connect from B to B on each of those items. And they will now be connected in line. So now I can see his nose. Back in the FX schematic, and we can adjust the glow. We want to include his nose as well as the source. And then we can change the glow here. Move the settings onto this screen. And now I can adjust this. It'll be easier to see when we get the background, but for now, that gives us an idea of what it looks like. Okay, so we'll leave it like that for now. And now I've got all this coloured in, we don't need the sketch, so we can hide that. In fact, let's fold those 2 columns by selecting the column headers, right-clicking and choosing Fold Column. And now to bring this into the screen, what I'll do is I'll rescale it and then bring it over here. Give it a second to catch up. There's a lot happening at the minute with the connections and the effects and everything. I've turned off the preview mode, which is helpful. But it's going a little bit slower with the plastic tools and everything else behind is recalculating those. So now's the time to start thinking of definitely saving, creating a backup if you need to, and then possibly starting to hide some of the items in view so there's less for it to calculate. And I think the best things to hide for me would be the 3 reindeer, because they've got the plastic tools attached. And now if we go back to the sleigh column and drag that, that's now dragging in real time because it's not considering what it needs to do with the plastic tool for the 3 reindeer. Even though they aren't animating at the minute, it still has to do some kind of calculation, and it's those calculations where it's busy that can really slow it up. Okay, so now I've got the positioning of 0 and Jack. So I think what I'd like to do just to finish off is quickly colour in a rough background, so I've got something for me to work on during the week as a background for this whole animation. So I'll do that on which layer type? Let me just take a look at some of the references again. Yeah, it's very cloudy, it's dark. If I let's bring this reference over to the screen here so you can see what I'm looking at. So it's very cloudy and dark in the background. So I think lots of blurs might be needed. So I think a standard raster level is probably the best for that. So let me come down to the bottom, add a standard raster level and press OK. Make sure this is at the very bottom behind everything. Call it background, extend it for a little while. I'll work on the timing and length of this animation. But for now, let's just start adding some colours. So it's a deep blue first. And if I use the standard brush and just start slapping some colour down. Actually, let's go to the raster brushes, see what we've got. Yeah, so the bulk brush first, which is just very, very large. Let's just slap some colour in there. You're right, Soda Pop. Absolutely, that's a really useful tip, and something I've done myself a few times, and that is to render out part of your animation, especially complicated parts with either effects, using like the effects nodes, or that are using the plastic tool or skeleton tool. So if you render out the 3 reindeer, or even just one of them, as PNG image files, then you can import those PNG image files, and you don't need to, OpenToonz doesn't need to calculate any of the plastic tool movement for the animation. So great tip there, thank you. That's something I might do when I work on this later to make things run a bit smoother. So let's change the raster brush here from the bulk brush to, I think, this one, the airbrush, because then it could be a bit more delicate. So we can make this a bit darker. And in fact, let me hide everything but the background. If I click the button at the top, it alternates what is visible and then show just the background. That's it. And that'll be more responsive again. We bring down the opacity, make this darker. I can create some of this, change the size. Oops, what I'm doing, change the size here. In fact, rather than using this brush, I believe there's a clouds brush that might be useful for popping clouds on. I've used that before. There we go, FX clouds. Yeah, TIFF pictures would probably be best because they are lossless, I believe. I tend to just stick with PNG mainly because I often want to have the alpha channel, so no background in some areas. So it'll render just a character without anything around him rather than having a coloured background. So I tend to use PNG for that. But whichever format works for you, rendering out a complicated animation and then adding that image is a great tip. It's something I did in my Futurama project, that I created backgrounds with maybe 5, 6, 7 columns, added some lighting effects for the lights across the top of the room, and then I rendered that out and then just brought a single image into where I used the background. And I brought it in, just a tip, by using the load method. So when you drag an image in, and you can choose to import or load, if you import, it takes a copy into your local project. But if you choose load, it'll reference that original image, which also means if you go back and change that image by changing the effects in some way or drawing something new and re-rendering it, when you load your scene that references the image, it'll have the new copy of the image without you doing anything to it. Yep, that's right. That's right, Tom. Let's just add some rough colours of these shapes of the clouds in here. It's quite interesting actually to draw this with my Christmas lights flashing behind me, because they're reflecting on my screen, so I keep seeing the screen change colours as the lights come in. What I should have done actually was put the clouds on a separate layer. So I think, I'm going to go back and I'm going to do that just to make it easier for when I change things. I know I'm going to want to change this. So let me, again, go to a different brush. That's currently the pencil brush, but I finished with that. So we'll change that one to be the bulk brush. Change the colour, and we'll choose the RGB colour picker. Pick the same blue, and with that bulk brush, let's paint over that background. Make it darker. It's a darker blue. There we go. So then we can insert, add another raster level. That's okay. And then this one, we'll start with the clouds, which are quite dark, so we'll leave it that sort of colour. Okay, some over here. Make it more of a grey colour. Just to get a rough sort of a background. Then on top of that we'll have a really dark colour. I'll have it quite small. Just put underneath the bottom here if I can. So just to add some variety for in here. So what I would do is I'd probably put the background into its own sub-X sheet, so collapse that. Let me undo that. Let me include that one as well. Hang on, what is this? So I don't think that is actually a thing, so I'll move that out of the way. And then copy those two, highlight those two, right click and choose collapse. So that's now the background. Step into there, make sure they're both turned on. There we go. And then we could add more columns into there and build up the background, but it would show as a single column on the main timeline. So let me just turn these on for a second. And then again go down to the sleigh using the animate tool. Of course, I've turned everything back on again. Let me turn it off. Delete my sketch levels because I'm not using them. And turn on just the sleigh and 0. Extend 0's nose. We want the reindeers running to be a loop cycle, so we'll extend those by right clicking on them all, choosing edit cell numbers, repeat. How many times I want to repeat? Who knows? Let's make it 20 for now, and we'll come back and adjust that as we decide what we want. Okay, so now we can see 0 in the sleigh. So if we adjust the sleigh by dragging that off to the right, I'm going to just do a very quick slide animation just to bring in the scene. And we'll change to all. Start off with this quite small. Back there. And then move it over a number of frames to where the sleigh's here. And then continue. Background columns, only one drawing, so let's delete everything but frame 1 and extend the frame 1 there. Okay, so the sleigh comes to there, and at the same time I want it to grow larger, and there'll be a better way to do this which I'll take a look at separately, and that's to put these animations in separate columns. So you can have one animation moving from the right to the left and a separate column showing the animation growing larger to bring it closer to the view. So let's rewind and see roughly how that looks. Bring that to there, rewind, and let's see. Yeah, so it comes in and then grows larger for the last part of the movement. So some peculiar movement between here and here, and that is just the interpolation, which we can see and adjust in the timing room. And I'll do this properly later, but for now, let me look at the sleigh for the scale and the X and Y on a graph. And that's the funny kink we can see, which is the X, the left and right position there. So we just adjust that to be a little bit smoother. Let's look at the camera view, rewind and hit play to bring that into place. I want to have some casual floating in the background as though he's in the sky, perhaps a little bit of rotation maybe as he's moving. We'll see how that goes. but let's just show everything for now. Including all of the reindeer, 0 and 0's nose. Hit save. Let's preview this. Preview settings. Always I do shrink of 2 to be half the size, and then hit preview. And now let that work itself out. But before we do, I can see that 0's nose is in the wrong place. So we'll see if we can figure out why that is. And then that'll be about the end of the stream, I think, for today. It's been a long one today. Let's just take a look at 0 in his nose with the animate tool. There we go. Okay, let's delete 0's nose. The animation position. That's what I thought. It wasn't connected. Now it is. Okay, let's preview that. Yeah, that's happening far too quick, but that's fine. We can easily adjust that. And I want to do a lot more timing changes with this, a lot of changes for the animation, so that's fine. There's a lot to get done. Let's just bring that over here though, to be a more reasonable pace. Bring that to there. Bring the animation over to 204 as well. And make sure everything's in view. And preview again. Okay, just for completeness for today, let me go back to the 2D view. Let me have the sleigh disappear off the screen as well. So we can come onto the screen. Sit there for a second, and then it'll fly off the screen. Move him over there, and also let's make him much smaller. Make that shorter as well. Okay. I think that'll be okay for today. That's the basic setup for this, and I'll work on this more in detail during this week. Absolutely, Soda Pop. Yeah, there'll be, I think, a couple of levels of clouds, including one in front, to see some flying past in front of him. I want to add some texture as well, because everything's far too bright. It's supposed to be a cloudy, dark, stormy night, so I want to add some texture over the top. Perhaps a filter or two, maybe. So I'll have a play with that this week. But the basics is here for me to start to work with. Yeah, and it's been good drawing this today and working with the animation and starting to think about what I might like to do with it. So that's been really good. And it's been great having your company, all of you. It's been great having you join me and join in the chatting. And even those that haven't been typing much in the chat, it's great to have you with us. Absolutely it would. Yeah, it's all very stiff at the minute, but it's kind of the germs of the movement. Because the reindeer are moving far too slow when they run, but their movement is better, and that's worked out pretty good for me. I'm happy with that, especially with using the plastic tool to animate rather than using a skeleton tool. I've got to put in the ropes from each of the collars between each reindeer and to the sleigh, so I've got a few things to work on. So I'll have a little play with that during this week, and hopefully before Friday I'll have that. I'll share that on Discord and on Twitter and Facebook, so hopefully you'll see a copy of the final version soon. But thank you everyone for joining me today. It's been really nice having your company, and if you missed any of the video, it'll be uploaded to YouTube later on today, and I'll add some timestamps for that either later on today or tomorrow if you want to jump around. So thanks for joining me, and I hope you have a great Christmas and a bit more of a better 2021 than we have 2020. Maybe Soda Pop. I'll have a look at that. Thank you, Amar. Thank you, Soda Pop. Thank you, Maria. Everybody else for joining me. So I'll see you next year. So have a great Christmas, and thank you very much. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks for the next video. And that's a Darren Tea. Have you always wanted to animate but didn't know how to start, and software seemed expensive and difficult to use? Well, with OpenToonz, it's free, powerful, and once you know how, it's easy to use. And it's my mission to get you animating with it today. Hi, my name's Darren, and I've been teaching OpenToonz for the past 3 years, showing thousands of students just like you how easy it is to animate with. I'm cutting through the jargon to show that anyone can animate with it. And by the end of the course, you'll be able to animate traditionally using OpenToonz. And the course is designed for students brand new to OpenToonz, as well as those new to animation. So take a look at the free lessons I've offered below, and then why not sign up and join me animating traditionally with OpenToonz.